Hey Lotharian, how's it going? Welcome, welcome. We're just setting up the stream real quick. How's your week going? There we go. Almost done. Lasting the story on the first descendant. Where have I heard of that before? Sounds familiar. Let me Google that. I should know. Free-to-play loot shooter. Let me see. Oh! With pay to win. Oh. Never mind. Not my cup of tea. Pay to win ruins way too many games. I mean, real life is already pay to win, right? Why do we need to bring it into our video games too? Such a weird concept to me. Alright. How is this? Let's see, everything looks good. A little bit of lag. See, is there anything special going on in the dev stream? Alright. Alright, we'll put the dev stream in the background. For anybody who wants to listen to that. Let's see what sort of updates. I'm guessing they're going to have some updates coming pretty soon of the refresh or some of the mechanics involved in it.
Same issue.
Everything can be done with free-to-play?
Alright.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's fine. It's not technically pay to win. I mean, it's kind of a gray area, isn't it? Like, it really depends on how hard it is to get things by grinding.
Okay. I'm trying really hard not to die here. This is our only key. Get another question. Get more questions.
It's the fine line
Mike, what are you doing?
towards pay to win.
Next one. Follow up. No, it's in game. Just a search option for your entire stash. Oh, we have that.
All right. I need to find another beacon. Feels bad.
Game is that labeled stash tabs. I was getting a little bit of a hard time for having such a messy stash. I decided to clean it up a little bit and actually like try a little bit. I feel bad rummaging around in my stash on stream, and I just never remember to like log into the public client to fix my stash in between streams.
All right. There we go. Let me know if the sound is okay. Oh my god, lag. This is not a beacon war camp, unfortunately.
Is there plans to have your current map arena not reset when you use a town portal? if we had a way of doing that, yes, we would do that. We don't really do that right now, so we're not doing it. It is an unfortunate problem to have.
Alright, I need to turn that up. We need a louder mic. Any guides?
Shoved her just decided enough.
Not too much, Mike. Any guides for Froscal Stark just sitting empowered? All my VODs are
I
up.
do like that, getting her into the phase during this.
For this hardcore character, all my VODs are up. If you can go back and check what my gear looked like at different points, just like skip through the VODs. There's even a playlist for my
be careful so I don't die.
My 1 to 100.
Also me.
My earliest guide on this build as well, from about a month ago, is somewhat early empowered as well. It should be useful.
Keep forgetting that it's in totem mode.
Going out of mana is normal if you're spamming though. You really need your regen. You need to rely on that a lot. We need some more stuff to throw Nemesis at. I feel like I'm missing a bunch of... my unstable cores. I already slammed this.
Oh, I'm out of potions. He's not drop potions?
Yeah, focus is going to feel bad at 500 mana. You need a lot of mana for focus to do anything.
Yes. Alright.
Yeah, it's the thing, because like if you go into the focus tree, it gives you percentage of your max mana. So if you're sitting at like 500 mana,
we know what we're doing.
It's pretty bad.
We're coming here. We're getting our chest. That's right. Nope, not configure tab. So you're asking about the search. So here's the stash wide search here. So if you want to do like fire, all the tabs that have something with fire in them are here and are highlighted.
Yeah, mana regen alone, like you can see even now I only have 19 mana regen. The only mana regen you
easy peasy
really get is from here. And this is not that much. You can get mana regen on like a belt or something, or a necklace, but it's not ideal. You don't really want mana regen on your gear. But yeah, Mana Strike is fine, but it's melee range. If you're using the ranged one, you don't get much mana back. Yeah, so I think in general Meteor is the best. And you can start using it really early.
Gotta keep it organized, right?
You should be using Meteor while leveling anyway.
Gotta keep it organized.
For mana.
This. Fine, but not amazing.
I have a feeling that there might also be some sort of mana bug going on right now, where your mana regen just like doesn't work correctly sometimes. It's a bit of a tinfoil hat theory, but I think there might be something weird going on.
There we go.
What could you swap out for Mana Strike? Meteor. Just do Meteor. Meteor gives you the most mana.
My goodness.
If you don't want Mana Strike, just throw in Flame Ward. It's good for defense.
Alright, only asking for a vague response here. I can do vague. Alright, can you step in and say if some of the YouTubers' predictions saying that the presence of a cycle refresh pushes 1.2 to earliest January next year are not the case? Oh my goodness, there's like a negative in there at the earliest. That is so confusing. I have no comment whatsoever on this.
Yeah, Mike can't give an answer to that
I'm sorry,
question.
I have literally zero information whatsoever on this topic at all. I'm sorry.
As a developer,
Does
you
the
can't
Loot
make
Lizards have a
promises like that.
name? Oh, they can have names. They can have like, they can have special names. When you find them, like, you may not know this, but like, minions, the name up here sometimes randomly will just be something different and weird.
Which unique should you start farming?
So this is kind of the same treatment.
Enigma's #1 priority. You want Enigma first, then probably Wand comes after, then maybe Boots.
How did it get its loot? I'm not sure how it got its loot, to be frank with you. It probably, it's just, you know, rummaged around all the areas that closed over the years, and it just picks up the leftovers that everyone leaves behind.
Where do you farm Enigma? Anywhere you want. It's a random drop.
Or are we thieves? I mean, you've taken something from him.
The easiest way to get Enigma is Rune of Ascendance, though. You just use that on a Catalyst, and then you have a chance to get Enigma. It should be like a 1 in 8.
I don't know.
You can also get it from Prophecies if you're COF. You just go to the Observatory, you buy Catalyst Prophecy. Unique Catalyst.
What is the Loot Lizard lore? I don't have a ton of info on Loot Lizard lore, I'm sorry.
I don't know if I mean, Ladle you just get by killing mages, though. You don't really farm Ladle. You can't get Ladle from Rune of Ascendance. Plus Wrong Warp is probably better anyway. So I don't really prioritize farming Ladle. You're just gonna replace it.
Tried to ping me, it didn't work. That's okay though. Me and my friends spent like 20 to 25 hours this cycle, and we only got 2 Obsidian Residences and 7 Golden Residences. Both are COF players. Are you gonna remove Obsidian Residences to only have Golden Residences, or can you buff Obsidian Residence? At least. I mean, that is dramatically below the expected rate. So I don't know if there's a bug in there or something that's causing it to be slower than expected, or you just got unbelievably unlucky, or some drop theme they weren't seeing, or so, I don't know. But that is very far below rate.
Yeah, Strand is good. I think Strand you really want LP on it though. Without LP on Strand, I think Praetorian Belt with armor might actually be better.
I don't have any help for support stuff right now. If you, I see someone asking about like offline accounts. The save files for offline saves are also.
You got an Enigma? Let's go.
So we don't store those on our servers because they're offline. So if something happens,
yeah. So Strand of Souls
it's either hiding on your computer somewhere or it's gone.
Drops from the Fall of the Outcast boss.
Someone having an issue like this, it's because of like Steam Sync getting confused, being open on multiple computers at the same time sometimes, and overriding what the like saved Steam Sync version of the offline save files are. So you're playing, and then it's like, no, I've got something better online. I'll just override it. It like overrides.
What you prioritize on Wand? You can do mana spend gained as ward. You can do crit multi. You can do spell crit chance.
Timestamps like timestamps get messed up sometimes.
I'm pretty sure I put a spreadsheet in the description of my video that tells you all these things. I'm almost certain my guide has that, like affix priorities and stuff. Yeah, it would probably be a lot more useful than
same thing when you contacted support. So speaking of stash tabs, can we get collapsible
asking one by one. There's a lot of information in there.
Collapsible quick stash tabs? What's collapsible quick stash tabs?
Unrelated, but I also find it really annoying when people refer to like how much they've played by like hours. I mean, I know it's like intuitive, but like you could sit in town for like 100 hours, or you could be like speed farming. Your results will be like orders of magnitude of difference. Like it's not even comparable.
Alright. Mike, with D4 having an expansion in October and PoE 2's beta happening in November, is it safe to say that we won't see a new cycle until at least December? I'm sorry, I have no comment whatsoever on the release of the next major cycle content drop at all.
Mike is going to be
Zero,
answering that
nothing.
question
Literally, you can't say
a lot.
gosh darn thing about it.
Poor Mike.
Hey Mike, how are you? I'm pretty good, thank you. TGIF, yeah, I really like streams, so you know, I like Fridays too. The more I'm excited about what happens on Friday because you get to stream, not that I'm like excited for the week to be. Yeah, it's weird. Let me in. I can totally jump that high. Come on. Just wanted to ask again about the merch store. You asked me to keep asking, but if it's annoying, I won't bring it up again until next week. Also, with stash tab layout gets which stash tab layout gets priority when cycle characters get moved to legacy? Which stash tab layout gets priority when cycle characters get moved to legacy in the refresh on the 19th? My cycle stash is immaculate, and I try to think about my legacy stash. Okay, this is the exact same thing that happened. Yeah, I gotta get inside here. The exact same thing that happened with when 1.0 rolled over and 1.1 started will happen again.
And where do you get that?
So your your current stash will become a remove only stash in your.
If I were you, whenever you want to know where you get an item, you go on Last Epoch Tools, the website, and then you search the item, and it will tell you where you get it.
As their own thing, as a remove only stash. You can go take a look at the drop down if you want.
I'm not saying that to be rude. I'm just saying because like, depending on the item, they're gonna drop in different places, and it's really important to know where they to know how to get that information yourself, right?
Question: how does Last Epoch do testing / QA? I mean, I'll give you the brief overview of this because it is a very in-depth topic that we can talk about for hours. But the short version is that
also, just a note on the Last Epoch Tools website.
Like a new feature's been implemented.
I have a bit of a gripe with some of the wording. When it says timeline to target farm,
on a branch, so it's
ignore that. That's wrong.
So there's when you're working on a large set of files over the internet together, you use a program called Git. Or Perforce or some other things. There's a source control program. We're using Git, and the main thing in Git is that there are branches. So you can say like, hey, there's the main like trunk of the tree that everyone's working on, and you start working on a branch that's off to the side. And you make some change, and then you say, hey, can someone come over here and test this branch? The changes I made. Make sure these changes are good, and then we'll merge it into the main branch. And then that like makes it into the game proper. And so when you have a feature ready on a branch, you submit it to QA, and QA tests it, make sure the changes that you made did what they said they were gonna do, didn't cause any other problems.
Yeah, basically what I'm saying is when you go to the website and it says timeline to target farm, it's talking about these nodes here.
It might be set to go into a patch specifically, or just go into
like this drops set sword or dagger, so the website will tell you to target farm it in this timeline.
There's testing that happens on,
but these nodes are useless. They give you like one item. It's absolutely garbage. Like it's completely negligible.
Like just constant testing, so regression testing to make sure that things didn't get.
A lot of people get confused by that though, because technically they're random drops.
Then QA testing is also about when new bugs are reported, making sure those bugs are like important and actually are bugs, and getting proper reproduction steps for them created. So it's easy to like. It's important. That's a big part of it is getting proper reproduction steps for bugs, so that you know, like, okay, if I spin around in a circle 3 times and you swipe, it always does this thing no matter what. So I have a very consistent way of saying, like, okay, I made a change in the game. I'm gonna spin around 3 times and you swipe. Oh, it didn't do it, so it's fixed now. So consistent repro steps is a big part of it too. Because quite often we get bug reports where it's just like, this is broken. That's it. You're like, okay, well, let's find out.
Yeah, no problem. Always here to help. There's that old expression, you know, the one about the
There's a lot
fish.
more. I'm kind of glossing over a ton of stuff. I don't want to go too deep on it.
How does that go? You give a man a fish, you feed him for a day. Teach a man to fish, you feed him for a long
I
time.
hope that gives you a little bit of an idea on how.
Something like that.
Very standard.
Till they restart the cycle? Oh no.
Mechanics such as juicing and Atlas Tree, gotta catch 'em all type progression.
Too soon.
Anything you considered in last Epoch was some type of revamp.
Oh man. Right in the feels.
Yeah. I mean,
Hey Masai, what up? How's it going?
fantastic endgame systems for.
Videos are great. Keep up the good work. Thank you. I appreciate that.
They've clearly got a lot of it dialed in. They know what they're doing on it.
I do plan on continuing.
There's a lot of good things that we can learn from PoE about our own endgame system and how to make it better and all that sort of stuff. You know, we really try to look at those systems in the context of that game and like try to see what goals it's trying to accomplish and that sort of stuff and try to understand.
Doing
what
good,
it's doing
nice,
rather
happy to
than
hear it.
just trying to transplant a system.
Yeah, I'm doing pretty well, thanks.
Never actually works.
Can't complain, it's Friday.
Systems are usually built with the,
We are done work for the week.
underlying systems in mind, and just trying to take that one and just slap it over in last Epoch. It rarely works that smooth. But yeah, there's definitely tons of stuff there that is lots of good styles and things that we haven't explored fully yet.
Yeah, I don't know what's up with the mana regen. Yeah, what the hell? He keeps like canceling my spell. It's really annoying. Messing with my mana.
Yes.
All right, more questions. Let's see if we can figure out what's what people are interested in.
I think that's a new bug.
Hi Mike. Big fan. Oh, cool. Thanks. Thoughts on the slight tweak to arena rewards mechanics? Seems like a good way to add endgame content with less work than new systems. Sorry if you post forgot the tag. No worries. The arena is a tricky monster. So if we ever make the arena like viable for farming, like it's a good enough place to get gear that you'll be interested in going there specifically for the purposes of farming gear, it's a bit of a dangerous
Is he gonna say that's all people will do?
it's a bit of a dangerous thing to do, because you get very quickly like just zero button passive builds that'll
Oh,
drop
okay,
in
yeah.
and go as far as they'll go automatically. You know,
That's a good
don't
answer.
bot or do anything.
That's true.
And you know, that's not the type of gameplay we really want to encourage too much. So it kind of needs to come with a little bit more of a significant update to other systems at the same time to make that not optimal. Make proper interaction better at the same time. So you know,
So wait a minute, am I doing stupid echoes?
I'm not opposed
Yeah,
to
that's...
as, like, in theory.
Wait, no.
But it is I know it's tricky to make it function smoothly and not have other problems that it causes, which is something we've been a little cautious about.
17 waves. This is what arena has become. There you go, 12 waves. See, we reset, we had 17 waves, now we have 12 waves. We just made this arena much more bearable. If you have an arena echo in your way, you get a bad wave count, just reset. Easy game.
Delicious. Alright. You don't need to make a new character on my account. I'll take a look at the game on Legacy. Thank you. You're welcome. Yeah, it's just in the top left corner of your stash. There's a drop down, and it'll say like cycle 1.0, or yeah. May even have 2 there already.
can see some of my spells not actually casting. You see the little like casting animation and then
That last Epoch game,
nothing happens sometimes.
so I know you're looking to get an answer menu.
Really annoying new bug.
Oh, here's one that Legion Shield's asking. Hello, I was wondering if possible if you could squash a rumor mill. I keep hearing / reading that the devs don't want players reaching 1,000+ corruption, and the ideal situation is players builds capping at around 300 corruption. Is this true at all? And if so, why is corruption allowed to scale ascent endlessly and not have a cap? If it's not realistic outcome of players playing in high corruption. Sorry if this has been asked recently. I've missed a couple streams. That's fine. I'd say the general goal we target most things around is 300. Like if you look at the things like the way the game balances related systems and like things that happen at different breakpoints and like the relative difficulty of other content to 300 corruption. It kind of just there's a lot of indicators there that say like, hey, this is the sort of like where the pinnacle of difficulty we've really been targeting. Why is it endless and not just capped if that's where we want people to be generally hanging out? I mean, having something to strive for is, I think, great. And having that ability to just be like, I want to push just a little bit more, maybe I can push just a little bit more. That's a real big incentive for a lot of people. That's
It's low dev effort to make it infinite if you're already scaling anyway. Might as well.
If we've got things balanced right, regardless of if that's a thing or not, having it is fun. So I think it's you know, if things are balanced right, it's a good thing, and there's not really much of a downside to it.
I thought that was Eternal Gauntlets for a sec. Just plated. Feels bad.
I don't know why I didn't start with that node. Really should have started with that node.
Alright, apparently this is a good echo for farming. Let me check. See how this feels.
Frenzy totem's real good. I just gotta use it. I'm like, just swipe. Nothing else. One button. Yeah, berserk through the stun.
Sensity's kind of bad.
Mike, you have entertained us before with a bee costume. what would it take for the community to convince you to wear a loot lizard costume on stream? A charity goal hit for it, maybe? You know, I probably shouldn't say this, but the bar for convincing Mike to dress up in a costume, real low. The hardest part is just usually convincing me to go get one, because I have no skills to speak of that would help in creating one.
Here to hear first, folks. Mike costumes incoming. All you have to do is send him one.
But yeah, maybe we can figure something out for a specific stream or something, or a challenge. I don't know. Yeah, I like that idea. Kinda useless for us.
Your question goes to, hey Sushi, what's up? What was your question?
Weird hodgepodge.
Sometimes Mike answers out of order. Also, my meteor keeps like canceling. It's like not casting, making me run out of mana.
It was worth a shot.
Bug is really annoying. You've been busy? I guess with like all your moving and stuff, right?
Stuff. Oh my god, I've been ambushed. Who could have possibly seen this series of events happening? Hi Mike, long
Oh,
ARPG
Muffin?
player here.
I was talking to Muffin the other
The
day.
more I'm convinced corruption mechanic in the monolith is flawed.
I think
Corruption
Muffin's
is
doing
slow.
all
Even
right.
matchup glyphs having to push corruption on every monolith separately is a pain in the butt. On top of that, if you change build and they end up being less powerful, it is annoying to lower the difficulty. I mean, lowering the difficulty should be pretty easy. There's just like a node right in the middle, and you just drop it, right? Like that should be.
I mean, Muffin mostly works on the back end, from what I
Um,
understand. So
the way that maybe we're talking
I
about
don't
backend
think
has
he's
to like reset between change corruption. That's kind of something that's baked into the way corruption
UI
is set up
UX.
in
I don't think so.
and the way the tree generates, I guess. Oh,
Muffin works on back end systems.
yeah. So probably not much we can do there. All right. Come on, stay still, please. Just, you know, you just don't move. Just pretend you're gonna.
Actually,
move.
what does Mike work on dev-wise these days? I feel like he said that before. I think he's one of those, like, wearer of many hats types of guys.
Make sure we don't die again.
MG filter changes?
And yeah, like, so it's entirely possible you could just be right about that. I don't know. But the corruption.
I don't
Flawed.
think so. I
That's
think
a
he was always back end, but
entirely possible.
I mean, when he says MG filter, he could be talking about back end, if that's what he said. Like, I'm thinking that like all these items are stored in the database. Like the market is not stored on your
like,
local.
Some bigger changes to the
Right, so like
in general, not
I'm
specifically
guessing the
corruption,
filters are
still.
like database query type things, or like some like middle layer between the database and the
Those are
client.
even in the systems.
Like those probably are
Yes, here we go.
back end things. I mean, like your item filter, this is almost certainly front end, but I think market filter would be back end, if I was to guess.
How'd switching to the updated engine for internal development go? Great. Yeah, it's something we've been working on for a while now, so it went quite smooth. As people have been testing it a whole bunch.
Yeah, I mean, most likely the backend team is going to be working with like some front end team at the same time, because like usually the backend is going to like change the connections or whatever that the front end is hitting. So like they're going to be adding new data to the response or something like that, right? And then it's the front end team's job to take that new data and display it properly in the UI. So like it's very rare for something to be like entirely one or the other. It's like the front end needs to send the filter criteria to the back end, then the back end would use that filter to like determine what data to send back to the front end.
Was the most recent maps removed because they were too small? They were by far the best nemesis farming maps, and would like to at least see linear maps that are more optimal than some of the really open maps we have. Currently running the nemesis.
Have I explored this whole web?
Loot than running echoes for more boss.
Not quite.
Loot. It just gives you an option for engaging quicker, or for egging quicker.
It's kind of annoying.
I mean, yeah, those. I don't know why. That was probably part of it, though. I would not be surprised if that was a big chunk of it.
14 waves, sure. That's fine.
Usually it's something like that. Like, it might not be stronger, but it's kind of a boring play pattern that isn't really, like, playing the game, you know?
Surprised they didn't just remove War Camp.
It's worth a shot. Alright, can you make the void beams on a racing strike look like Aberoth or Joller's void beam? Dark purple instead of the hot pink color it is. Now, depends how hot pink it is, because like really hot, like matte hot pink is the missing texture color. It's possible that something's just missing. But we wouldn't make it the same as enemy abilities. We try to keep those distinct where we can, just so it's more obvious when like you're in the fight. If you're doing it, you're like, if you use it and it's the same as the boss you're fighting, it can be sometimes tricky to tell if you're standing in a dangerous thing or not.
Oh, but yeah, I don't know if you saw, but we did get the rank 1 arena hardcore ladder. That was pretty fun. We had a solid run.
Arena champions being a notable exception. Alright, any thoughts of currency system other than gold for trading? I imagine it would be exciting to see boss or monster pack drop loot that is something equivalent to a giant gold pile that you know is worth a lot of value instead of several small gold piles due to runes and Voodoo Exalt, which divines come to mind. I mean, it is possible. You know, we don't have anything like that planned at the moment. It's pretty gigantic change to the economy. So no plans to, but you know, we always have discussions about stuff like this.
Something hit me real hard there.
We retain gold from Legacy when the cycle progress is reset on the 19th. I can ignore Legacy stash tabs if I want to continue on my character, but suddenly having a ton of gold might feel bad. So all of the
Legacy economy is already
exactly
bricked.
the same way it happened last time. So when you go to Legacy and you open your stash, there's a button that says transfer materials, and so that would transfer your like all these crafting materials and your gold and anything that's like part of your stash but doesn't fill up a spot in your stash get transferred over. Like blessings you've discovered, like the ones that are unlocked at the base level, I think that gets transferred. You know, things like that. That's like doesn't take up any space, but it's in your stash. Those all have a button in your stash that if you press that button, it moves them over. So they don't move by default, but they can move if you want them to. If you don't want anything from Cycle to transfer over to Legacy, just don't do anything, and it'll be totally fine. If you're like, I don't want my Cycle anything to infect my Legacy account, great, it won't. Just ignore it and don't touch anything. It's fine. If you do want it to transfer over, however, you can access it all from just going to your stash in your town. Alright. Next question. Any plans for another bow wielding class? Yeah. There's a couple options here. My personal choice on something like this, I'd really like to see is more of a like hunter style, like bow and pet type class that would go well on Primalist as a mastery, or possibly showing up as like there's lots of different ways we can do this that we've discussed. We've talked about, and this is like not
like Mike has talked about the Guild Wars Ranger class before.
But that's what I'd like to see personally. I think that would be the most fun. The other option is putting it on an item, and then letting that item be wielded by a Primalist. Because the problem is right now you can't just slap a bow on other classes because they don't have any attacks with a bow other than basic attack. And even that wouldn't work without the animations. But the
Yeah, I feel like I just reset.
We have to give them another ability somehow, whether it's through making a new ability or putting an ability on a bow to give to them, or by converting an existing ability to work similarly to how rogue basic attacks work, with where they are either melee or ranged abilities. Serpent Strike's the one that always gets suggested from that category. I don't know if it's doable or not, but that's the one that always gets suggested.
Don't want to reset because Willow Marsh is pretty good.
What are we doing for passives? What's next?
Gold dupes again? Was there gold dupes again? Or
oh, the crit.
Is it still complaining about the old one? Hey Harry, what's up? Primalist with a bow sounds sick. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Mike is talking about the Guild Wars Ranger class.
Will there ever be seasonal challenges for
basically
or other rewards?
Sounds a lot like that. I wasn't aware of a gold dupe happening again. It did happen earlier in Cycle 2.
If I wear a loot lizard outfit, you'll make a loot filter?
I don't know if it happened a second time in Cycle 2.
Anything special about this loot filter, or just you never used one?
I feel like I reset.
Would it be the lore in the game alone with having a primal Tasmanian devil mob in the game? If it would work, personally, I would be an awesome mob to add that attacks, chases you around, the echoes of different damaging types of warpath. Yeah, that'd be pretty funny. Just like a little spinning dust ball behind you. What game franchise would you like to make a collab in LE4? Some of my favorite events and other games have been collabs. I mean, the obvious one that comes to mind is PoE, which I think would be very cool. Like, there's games that are there's different types of collabs. I guess there's like thematically similar collabs, and you have like two like space games that have nothing to do with each other, like gameplay and functionality and genre wise, but they do share a theme. And there's also like genre crossovers where it's like the same genre.
I don't know if PoE would want to do a collab, would they? I mean, they're the big fish in this
make the
ecosystem.
Exist in PoE and Epoch, like the same unique item. I wonder if there's like a fun and interesting unique item that could be created in both games that could be the same on purpose. I like there's kind of nothing in it for them, so I don't really see a reason why they'd want to do it. It's just advertising for us, really, at that point. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I guess it's more like the IP I'd most care about as a crossover. I mean, the ones like immediately I'm like, well, yeah, I'd love to do like Zelda crossover of some sort, but like you can't really in a game like that too much, unless you put like one of it starts at 5. That's the lowest it can be. You put like.
Whereas Mike didn't say Magic the Gathering.
Like a unique item in the game that is one of Link's weapons.
It's not exactly the same idea, but he was a big fan of that.
It's hard to do because of the size difference of the games and things like that. All the ones that I'm like gonna fangirl about are significantly further ahead.
I actually kind of like this map.
Be like bi-directional usually, where like
I feel like I would do a beacon farm on this map.
Well. Maybe talk to the Titan Quest guys. Yeah. TQ2's coming. Alright. Could we get Mike in a bee costume as a very low chance Harbinger replacement? I mean, I'm on board. Let's do this. Would it be bad if we could just select desired corruption only gated by player power, and players will always be engaged in the correct difficulty? I don't think that would be bad.
Really? I'm surprised Mike's on board with that.
From that standpoint, about 2 weeks ago, though, so I might be the wrong person to ask.
Yeah, this map feels pretty good. Underground Lake. I'll have to keep an eye on that one. I feel like it could compete with Warcamp. It also seems like it has more mages and nemesis than Warcamp, which is a good thing.
More questions. Love how you guys always have questions for me. How's Muffin Man doing? I must know, Mike.
There you go.
Fantastic.
There's your question.
I'm gonna be out on the 20th. So I won't be here on the 20th, and I'm not sure what we're gonna do exactly. I'm hoping someone can fill in. Maybe it'll be Muffin. Maybe with someone else.
That'd be pretty cool.
I will be having the most boring day of my life on the 20th. You've given us a boring play pattern of using Glyph of Envy for farming boss loot for 2 LP. If you're going to put that system in the game, we should be able to egg 0 LP items at a decent rate.
What? You can.
Yeah.
I'm confused.
That was an unfortunate side effect of...
What's the question? You should be able to egg 0 LPs.
Trying to fix another problem. And we knew that was going to happen. We just figured it was better to have both than... still have the other problem.
Oh, people are saying if they just spam farm the boss, they can't spam farm the egg. Eh.
I'd really like to see a shift in the nemesis system a little bit to be a little bit more flexible. Like allowing 1 LP items in, but it treats them as 0. It's like I just don't care that it's 1 to start with. You know, it.
Honestly, for Nemesis, they should just let you store them up.
That is 1, but there's a chance to just do nothing at all.
Like if you get a Nemesis and you don't want to use it right now, you should be able to just store it like in PoE.
There's also someone was mentioning putting another item type in the egg as well. I think it was rares. Last week someone suggested that.
Is it worth it to use multi-projectile skills for ailment stacking? It is if they give you multiple hits.
You get those like really nice rare bases and you're like, oh, just one of these.
Things don't always shotgun, but if they do, then yeah.
Strict thing where it's like
for ailment stacking, you just want to get as many hits as you can.
Egg crafting, kinda. Gets murky. Hi Mike, hello. Would it be possible to have an option/button to resume the last entered monolith? It happens that when coming back to the game, I don't remember the last monolith I was doing. Thank you.
Oh yeah, I do that.
Yeah, it's possible. We could probably have like a. I think it'd be easier to just have an indicator on there, like this was the last one you were in, like just something on the map, like a little player icon, or like this is the last, this is what you were doing.
I don't actually know how good Umbral Blades would be for ailment stacking. I have no idea how many hits you get out of Umbral. Maybe.
One that just like forces you into it?
I think the spinning thing can give you multiple hits, but I don't know if it would be enough. Ooh.
Put it in suggestions channels. Go to the forums, go to the Discord, put it in suggestions.
Maybe. It's worth a try, I guess.
Gold exploits continue to happen.
Ooh.
Mid-season resets become the norm. It's kind of a bummer we all get penalized for it.
That's a spicy one.
I mean, I know we mentioned alluded to the gold exploit that happened as one of the
no problem.
that
Glad to help.
That we are doing this, and that is contributing to it. But even if that hadn't happened, I think we'd still be doing this. So it's I don't think it's. I don't think it's an if-then relationship there. Could be wrong on that.
Boreal Forest, is that a good one? I don't even remember. Let's check it out. Why not?
And obviously, we're. I guess I'm gonna say this anyways, but hopefully, obviously, I mean, we plan to and try to fix every bug that we find and can find, and every exploit that's been reported has been fixed. And there's no active exploits being used right now, unless someone's using it to generate like 10 gold a day type thing. You know, like they're just not using it. There aren't any in active use right now. I know that.
I'm assuming EHG has logs of when people get like huge influxes of gold and they can look at them.
And there's none that have been openly discovered that haven't been fixed. You just never know, right? There's also I guess I just mentioned this. There was a pretty big misconception when stuff was happening, where it's like if it had been a resource and not gold, then it would have not happened. But gold is a resource, and the way it happened, it would have been exactly the same. So it doesn't really matter. Thank you very much, people. What do we got? That is 2 subs. Gift one to Kane as well. Thank you very much, Trunks. Very glad to have you with us. And the resub. Appreciate it.
What's up? How's it going?
I don't think I said this, but we do stream for charity.
Doing good, thanks.
It's our active charity.
We are just listening to some dev stream.
And more. And Kane gifted one out to someone else.
Hey, let's go, Dark Lotus. Welcome back. Long time no see.
Just that pain of
Thank you so much for the sub.
Let's get some more questions under the belt here.
And Spyro, what up? How y'all doing?
We recently started playing PoE and love that they have.
Yeah, I'm doing great, thanks. We have our Friday evening.
This is something you guys are looking to add.
Best time of the week.
Understand what is happening in Ellie's lore after 500 hours. We do have. I don't think all of them have audio necessarily, and I think you currently must have to stay there, unfortunately, to see it. We do have those same lore books scattered around the world. And Trunks going back out again.
Fucking.
Congrats, everyone got one of those gifted subs. Thank you very much.
What's the issue with the Malmotor? It works fine for me. I've never had any issues with it. Make sure you're doing full offline though, right?
I don't know where my train whistle is.
You have to like manually select play fully offline.
Oh, I totally found it. That was sweet. Great. Alright, any chance of throwing in some balance changes for the underused skills / items for the refresh? Would entice a lot of people to come back. It's, I don't want to say it's possible or not right now.
Some functions don't tend to work.
I know there's
I don't know.
places that people really want to see changes for skills, and there are a lot of safe.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the issue could be there.
Skills that are just flat out underperforming. It's a little tricky because the place we want to make the most changes.
Make sure your game files
the
are
changes
fine.
we want to make aren't going to be ready in time, and they're way too big to slip in for.
I'd recommend making a copy of your installation.
Paralyzed on part of it.
Make sure you have the actual mod files installed correctly.
Making the other changes, but
Accessibility
not
for
making the ones
full?
we really want to make is kind of a like.
That one does work for me.
You know, so.
At least last
it's a
time I
tricky spot.
tried.
I think there's a lot of awesome stuff happening over here that I'm going to look at right now. Trunks gives out a bunch more.
Please
My
show the
goodness.
3LP. Yeah, I got
There's-
you.
There's bits flying. I don't even know what's going on. Hey, Mike.
I did
congrats
slam
on
the
sub.
3LP. Where is it? It's not in here.
Not me.
There you go. This is the 3LP wrong warp. You probably
I'll-
noticed
I'll
that I'm
put
not
gigantic
using it.
number beside your name because I believe there are that many people named Mike.
Of course,
before
we
the same
hit the one
username.
in 4 on this
I
one.
feel your pain.
This is probably one of
Played
my
on the
most
hockey team as a kid
painful
once,
bricked
and we had
items.
enough Mikes on the hockey team to have
Yeah,
an entire line,
that's sad.
including the goalie, be Mike at the same time. It was quite confusing.
Sad
Luckily,
times.
nicknames flow like water on a hockey team, so.
Yeah, that's a sad slam. Alright. Have I slammed all of my unstables? I think so, right?
Alright. Thank you, Mike, for doing this curious. You're welcome. I'm glad you enjoy it. Alright. Are there any plans to add a mechanic in multiplayer to bring a high level character's power level down to match a lower level character's power? Basically, reverse sidekicking from City of Heroes. I want to play with my friends, but I have far less free time than them.
Yeah,
So
I'm not
first,
really
at the
sure
same
what's
time,
going
the
on
next time
there.
we play, they'll be like 30
I
levels
probably
higher
followed
than
the
me,
same
and I
one
can't
as
team up. You can't team up.
same one as you. No
This is a
issues.
tricky problem. The
Reliving the
automatic
pain.
downscaling systems are
Nah, we're good. No big deal.
tricky, to say
I'm
the
fine.
least.
Everything's fine.
Generally, what ends up happening is you don't get, they don't get the rewards that are. You can't give appropriately leveled rewards for a character.
You died to
that is
DLC. Oh no.
down playing their character. So like if a like level 100 character is playing.
Oh, that's
as
pain.
a
Those are some
level
good
40
items.
Character,
Sorry to hear
to
that.
play with a friend, it has to give level 40 loot.
Named after
in that
me.
area.
After my ripped.
And so you kind of have the situation where it's like someone's like, well, why would I bother coming down to play? Because I'm not going to get anything out of it.
Yeah, that's pretty
And the system goes
sad.
largely unused. If they're playing like a lot more than you, they probably have a few characters on the go. My advice to try, this might not work for you, but if you can, is just get them to set
Let's
aside a
test this.
character. You know that's like your group up character, and they can play it while you're grouped up together.
Wanna see?
It is possible we might find a better.
That's just gonna make me sad.
And if you've got an idea on,
I don't know if I
want
want to see that. You
You
can export the planner, I guess. It should be on softcore, right?
Because I do think it's cool. And
Or do you
all
mean
the
the rip?
people like in and playing together better are awesome. Not what I thought it said. Hi, Mike. Hear that helicopter? Grumble, grumble, grumble. Can't be too upset at it though. It's a hospital helicopter, so.
Oh, I forgot I blocked.
Go save someone's life.
I had to block links on
All
Twitch
right.
because of the bots.
Hi, many of my friends don't play Last Epoch because the
You can
graphics are
DM it to me
I tried to explain that the game is very well made,
if you
but
want.
the graphics remain too high a wall for some people.
This map kind
mean-
of sucks.
Okay, like really? I don't know. Thanks for the feedback.
Yeah, Twitch removes
I
the
love how
link.
game looks. I think it's fantastic. I just want to say I love Warpath's skill. Me too. Warpath's great. And how you can enjoy the game by simply holding down one button to have fun. I have a 7-year-old with a learning delay condition who I made a Warpath build for. He loves it. He wants to play the same games as his dad, and he has doubled the Warpath build as the spinny guy is dubbed. I can read. He might not understand the complex parts of the game, but he does understand that he's having fun with that. That's beautiful. So thanks for including the skill. You're welcome. I'm thrilled he's having fun with it. Yep. That's it. I've got a little ways before I can share this with my kids. We're trying to get Mario Kart. We're trying to learn Mario Kart right now.
Message in chat? Okay.
Does the mid-season reset indicate a longer amount of dev time until the new season? I'm sorry, I have zero information at all on the launch of.
I think that's the 5th time he's been asked that or something.
The LP chance getting lower between
Okay, how do I
2,
chat?
3, 4 is necessary to not progress and getting too quick, but progress seems to slow a bit too exponentially for player retention IMO. I think there might be a bit of a like expectations offset here. There are certain items that we just don't expect people to, even after min-maxing, to ever get to 2, 3, 4 LP in some cases. And it's the balancing of that item against other unique items that dictates that point. Usually when I see this comment, my first question is, would you feel that way if the items where the fall off happens would
T7 Prismatic, T5 Lightning Pen,
so
Orion's.
Let's say like Wings of Argentus had
T5 Multi.
There's no way to get a 2 LP wing. Like, it was just an impossible item. Would that change how you felt about the system?
That red ring hurts.
Would it be the same still?
Those boots are also insane. Really nice Blood of the Exile boots. That's pretty painful. All this gear is really good.
Because I suspect my
that hurts.
on this is that it would stop the feelings. So it would just be part of the way the items balance.
That is painful.
The fact that it exists, but is just out of reach, or sometimes very far out of reach, is I think the frustrating part. But anything I say regarding human psychology is backed up by literally nothing. Mike,
are you gonna do another Mage run?
Tab cycle transfer.
Going for round 2?
Would an option to buy the stash tab be better than a merge option?
Took me 2 tries.
I may not have communicated earlier properly based on how that question was worded. I'll read the rest of this question and I'll try and explain it better. Alright, would an option to buy the stash tab be better than a merge option? Set a higher price than normal stash tab price when using merge tabs to legacy.
Oh man, that 3 LP slam.
Do not merge.
Already level 8? Let's go.
To recycle specific,
Yeah, you don't mess around. I mean, I think the bigger thing is losing your items. That's what really hurts. Characters,
do not get the tabs,
not that bad, but
access to the tabs to
yeah, losing items.
From. And you have to buy new tabs. They cost the same as normal tabs, but you have to buy the tabs. If you want legacy tabs, you have to buy legacy tabs. If you want cycle tabs, you got to buy cycle tabs.
I made a suggestion to EHG about that. It wasn't exactly just guaranteeing the exalted affix, but it was along those lines. Well, see what they say. Alright.
Can we ever get an MTX of D's?
D's nuts.
D's what?
D's nuts, yeah.
Alright, any chances for a 3-socket, a 3-slot of affixes, so you could add only armor, dodge, ward, block, etc. without sacrifice to much important ones? Any chance for a 3-slot of affixes so that you could add only armor, dodge, ward, block, etc. without sacrifice to much important ones?
I have no idea what that question is. Mage is flying though, yeah, let's go.
Ask that question. I don't understand. Please reword it.
Mage OP. Yeah, I mean, honestly, the whole process, like,
The Jasa skip, the most important and sought after skip in the game.
It's such a, like, I don't know, the whole thing is, like, so anticlimactic.
Suggest the ability to select any corruption already unlocked, still have to get there.
I literally spent, like, hundreds of thousands of favor farming a good wand to slam into it. I spent, like, days trying to get a good wand.
And I lost the debate to suggest
just for the item to become
Alright.
completely
Are there
useless.
any future plans for a new class that focuses on void damage?
Like, I understand
Maybe more
RNG,
detail about
but
future classes, but there is a pretty big gap in the player
that
ability,
sucks.
to do void damage. There's only one class that can do it right now, and every other offensive element has a little more representation. Necrotic's similarly limited, but yeah. If we could add forge potential instead of stats to exalted items, I'd be more interested than rare items. There's nothing worse than finding an almost best in slot item with 32 forge potential. 32 is a lot.
I guess I can
Job done if it's almost best in slot already.
share what I was talking about. Wait, hold on. Let me pull this up.
This boss should have got a question here before I started. A few seconds.
Where did
Are there
I
any
put
plans
it?
to continue the storyline? Current ones with the spear feels unfinished. Yes. We are planning. There's 3 more chapters to go. The next chapter will primarily focus in the ancient era.
Where did I put it?
How would you feel about an infinite scaling dungeon, random difficulty modifiers, lose all loot on death like PoE heist, but can only leave at certain checkpoints, detailing what the next segment you'd be committing to would be? I mean, yeah, that sounds cool.
Yeah, this is basically what
Right. Nemesis was such a cool system, but
I didn't like this one actually. Hold on.
That's a lot. That's very bad luck. Any plans to make the new season mechanics more prominent for the release of the season, similar to PoE? Yeah. This is probably the most common feedback we've got on the Nemesis system. Like negative feedback was that people wanted it to be an every zone thing. And every zone might be too much for Nemesis in particular, but a system like that in general.
There we go. All right.
Could be more zones.
Yeah, this is what my suggestion was for the making the endgame crafting more exciting.
Ability. Yeah, it could easily be.
Basically, the idea is you have your 3LP, you're crafting your exalt, right? You use this glyph, one of the affixes becomes untargetable. So it essentially for a 3LP, it makes the T7 guaranteed, and then the remaining RNG is
a little bit of crafting here.
I mean, I guess in that case, the RNG is upfront. Like, you know what the outcome would be for a 3LP, but you would be having a harder time actually crafting. So, like, there's a bit of a trade-off where you have a really rare expensive currency, it has an FP cost, it makes crafting more difficult, but the upside is that you're not going to be wasting a unique, like a 3LP. And you could use it on like a 2LP.
Please put a small corruption number on the
so instead of like a 50-50 of T7, it would be a 2/3, and for a 1LP it would be a 1 in 3 instead of a 1 in 4. So it's a lot less overpowered than just guaranteeing the exalt, but yeah, that was what my suggestion was. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if they like that.
You jerk face. No. Get away from there.
Increasing the availability of mirror runes and bases in the first place, that doesn't solve the problem of the slam though. Like, you could have infinite perfect exalts, and you're still gonna like lose your
that was really smooth.
Your 3LP.
That's the easiest time I've had on Majasa in a long time.
Like, my complaint is that
rushing through. Oh, yeah.
You could have a 3LP and it doesn't really matter what you do. You still have like a small chance of just losing the item, which is kind of like a shitty feeling. Did I show it to EHD? Yeah, I did. I'd sent it.
Yeah, that's a problem. Why are there no one-handed spears for javelin throwers? I mean, we didn't adding an
I mean, I do
entire
think
type specifically for one
exalts are a problem right now,
is a big stretch for us scope-wise for that ability.
but
I think
I think it's a
one
separate
hemisphere is
separate
a very
problem.
intentional gap in the overall weapon arsenal that is available to players. That's pretty intentional.
Oh, when you're talking about okay, yeah, I got you.
Available in that space that we can leverage in future content. Maybe. Alright, why not an economy reset instead of a full reset then? Because it's the same thing. Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. I share directly sometimes, if I can.
Becoming super inflated by gold exploits. That's been economy reset, full reset, same thing.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, you could just make
for making hybrid affixes on
bases better, but that's like power creep, though. Like, this would not necessarily be power creep, because there's still like an RNG component. You're not removing that.
We can't have two affixes just blend together on the fly. I mean, like, we could.
Like, this adds player agency, and I think that's what players want, agency.
The way they are, like, we'd have to make a merged version of every pair of affixes that exists, which is gigantic, or change the system to allow that. But right now, they don't work that way. It is a separate individual affix that has two stats on it. So, like, each affix has stats that goes with it. Like, the strength affix has the stat strength, which is really basic.
I mean,
get back here. Just. Yeah.
I'm working on a video, so I don't want to just like say exactly what's in the video, because what's the point of that? But basically, my issue with the slam system, it's like, yeah, I do think RNG is important. I don't think they should just remove RNG from the game. But when you go into Temporal Sanctum with like a 1LP red ring, for example,
misconceptions in this question here, but I'm just gonna read it out and I'll explain it. Since the refresh is a contained event for a month, you can
like,
test some weird balance changes.
You're hoping that you get lucky, right?
The refresh is not a contained event for a month.
Like, you expect to fail, but you're hopeful that you hit.
And the event lasts for a month, but the refresh doesn't necessarily, like, there's no, we have a fixed end date.
Right, like, you go into Temporal Sanctum with a 1LP red ring or whatever. Like, you're hoping that you hit the slam. You're excited, you're hopeful, you're optimistic, whatever. But realistically, you know that you're probably going to fail.
Then that's the end date.
When you go in with a 3LP,
that makes any sense.
You expect to win, because the odds are in your favor. You have a 75% chance of hitting the Exalted Affix. So when you do fail, it feels so much worse, because, like, it's just like rubbing it in your face that you got, like, extremely lucky. It's like a much worse feeling failing a 3LP than a 1LP. Even if the 1LP is, like, extremely rare, like a red ring, it still hurts less because you knew going into it that it was unlikely.
I don't know, like, if you've got
like, that's just psychology, right?
Characters, I feel like it shouldn't be that hard to just not level one of them up.
Just how the brain works.
Have them wear veterans boots when they come back, or something.
Continuing scaling into high corruption. Yeah, I mean, these are two different things. Like, you're suggesting that there should just be more items or a way to get more items, which is fine. Maybe you're right. But I also think we should be able to have more, like, choice to invest, like, a rare currency into making our crafting outcomes, like, better, right? Like, if you have an extremely rare crafting item, like, say it's as rare as, like, Rune of Creation, and you can use it, like, sparingly to make a craft better or more likely to succeed, right? Like, it's not something that, like, makes the game easy because it's rare, but as a player, you get to choose when to use it. Like, you get to choose when your craft is, like, really important. and you can be like, this is the most important craft I'm ever going to do. I really want to make sure it succeeds. I'm going to invest all of my currency into it.
Every time.
But you can't do that right now. It's like in PoE, you have the Divine Orb. It's a really expensive, rare currency that also has a purpose. It does something, right? Like you can reroll the stats on a unique.
Because it's
You could make it worse. You could make it better. It's RNG.
the raycast test is failing.
But like it's something that you're saving up to use at points where you really want it to make a difference. And like I think that those little points of agency actually make a huge difference, making the game feeling a lot better. It's like we don't have that right now.
Oh, I love Berserk so much. It's so good. All right.
It's like, I mean, the other thing about like increasing drops, like it's kind of a blunt instrument. I don't think that that actually makes the game more fun. Like if you just double all the drops in the game right now, like you just take every drop and you double it, I don't think that players are actually going to be having more fun. Because like their standards for what's like reasonable are just going to double as well. Because like if you double the drops, you double the expectations. There's no net difference. Like either characters are just twice as strong and all the content is trivial and easy, or they also make the content harder and then nothing has changed. We're like back to where we are. So like straight up drop increases I think are kind of like boring. The ability to choose how you get your drops or how you craft your drops or like targeting or whatever, like I think those are a lot more fun. Because then you feel like your choices matter. It feels like you're responsible for your success rather than just being like bestowed an item from like the gods, you know?
I should know what my skills are doing.
I mean, as far as Divine Orbs as well, personally, I like the idea of a dungeon reward being a Divine Orb. Like you complete a dungeon and you get to reroll the unique. It would have to be like a dungeon that doesn't suck though. The current dungeons are not very fun.
Always important to get cleanse ailments. One of the most powerful one-off things to just have in a build.
It's like think about how much people like Nemesis, right? Nemesis gives you a way to turn 0 LP uniques into something useful. They could have just increased the chance of getting LP. But instead, they gave players like a choice of which uniques they want to use the egg on. And people love that.
We don't have much. You can ask, is a system mentioned in the refresh? Do you want more info? That you're curious, or you're wondering, hey, what's this actually mean? Feel free to ask. I may just start answering stuff. Any plans for increased functionality for dummies to test our damage? Not really. Precise damage calculations for dummies is not something we've been overly interested in doing. Unlikely. Do everything all at once. Oh god.
I don't know why we can't have Divine Orbs though. Like it would have to be really rare, but
That went really well.
I like the idea.
Like disturbingly well. That was meant to be a bit of a joke, and I was gonna die horribly. What is going on?
But also,
playing an actually decent build?
Divine Orbs kind of change the balance of the game.
I can't play a good character? Ugh, what's wrong with me?
Because certain items are like, they're hard to get because of the roll ranges being so large.
Alright.
So Divine Orb mechanic would like indirectly be a power creep for those types of items.
You guys be hiring more developers,
like Strands of Soul, for example.
Last 6 months. I don't know. I think there's still a posting up on our website. I could be wrong on that. I don't know what our active status of hiring is right now. We have hired developers in the last 6 months.
Yeah, several of my red rings were from the
Some great
nemesis
ones.
giving me
Some
the
really
LP.
great ones. That have already released stuff. There's someone that got hired about 6 months ago, has a huge feature coming in the refresh actually. Very much looking forward to it. Did you say you could already see corruption levels of different maps in Mono's overview map? No, I didn't say that. Sorry. I just agree that I think we should put it there. Sorry for the confusion. That's my bad.
Yeah, I mean, you have a
Took a little
point.
hiatus, but this is your not so weekly reminder. Hi, Cyborg, of the character sheet rework. Yeah, I know. Thank you.
But like, I don't think that there's a problem
Earlier this week
of adding these complex things into endgame systems. Like, if you just dump them on players and like they're basically mandatory, then it like, yeah, it becomes really confusing.
No, I don't. Sorry.
But like,
I mean, the like next
a rune of creation, for example, it's not really relevant to a new player. You don't need to know what it does.
It is obviously, or hopefully obviously, that something has changed.
It's not really a big deal.
That alone.
You're probably not going to be crafting legendaries until pretty late in the game. I mean, I'm also biased because I don't necessarily have an issue with the PoE complexity.
Legendary. Result backend. Experimental even? Yes, we do. Exalted. Good problem. So now I spend so much time here trying to put stuff away. Just chop it. Alright, then gold. Oh, gold. Let's get some more info. Let's go up there.
But also, like, I feel like a lot of players feel like they need to understand everything about a game in order to enjoy it. Like, I don't really think that that's true.
Exposing with 1.2 dev blogs, maybe videos or live stream, similar to how Diablo 4 is doing their live stream in before their releases. Yeah, yeah. We did not advertise 1.1 enough. That is an accurate assessment, I believe. I know nothing about the world of advertising, but I saw a few comments like that from a few like big streamers who I'm like, if we should be telling anyone about this, it's you.
Arena feels bad.
And yeah, so 1.2 will have more advertising around it.
You prefer endgame focused, yeah. I mean, it kind of goes both ways too. Like, if you add a bunch of endgame stuff, like a lot of the players are never gonna really get to experience those systems.
In terms of the order things we released, do you still think
like, if you're talking about like getting the value for the most players possible, a lot of players don't get to experience endgame systems.
I hope we can get something more information out to you as soon as possible, but we're gonna focus on this refresh event for now.
But also, if you dump everything on people at the start, then yeah, they get confused. But I think PoE also, like, they went for a different feel. Like, PoE doesn't do hand-holding or whatever, like, I think they were kind of going for that, like,
hey, is there a chance Forge Guard will get a ranged forge weapon / manifest?
like the style old games used to have, where they just dump you into some, like, mysterious new world, and you're on your own.
I'd probably be more interested in
Like, I think a lot of people actually enjoy that.
team math. That totally can. I think that if we were gonna do like ranged weapons, specifically like bows as ranged weapons for Forge Guard, Manifestation, and stuff like that, it would probably have to be in line simultaneous with adding either a bow skill to Forge Guard or adding a new mastery, because like there's argument for a bow mastery to be Primalist or Sentinel, sorry. Primalist is the one I said earlier in the stream. I think there's very reasonable expectation that could be one of them. We don't have anything planned specifics on which one it will be, or if it will be anything.
Smoldering Lithrak.
But if we were going to do it, I think that's an option.
Yeah, I have an insane amount of hours in PoE, and like I enjoyed the complexity personally.
Oh, we can check.
Even before I understood like how it worked.
I say for now it'll be, at least for this, it's not.
As long as you add it step for step. I don't think step by step actually matters.
Okay, yep.
It's like, as a new player coming in,
Be like,
years
kinda like
late,
Elite Goblin Diablo 3.
it doesn't matter to you when they added it, right?
Yeah, it's gonna be very
If you're a long-time player, then yeah,
We've done a couple of our own little twists
I'm leaving this one.
The
Lithrax.
unreleased. Thank you for the resub. It's almost a year.
Yeah, I do like Factorio. I'm probably gonna try and play that when they do the expansion.
Glad to have you with us.
I'm a big fan of Factorio. I mean, it's probably not surprising to you guys.
Yeah.
Ooh, another 3 LP, let's go.
Loot lizards. Are they kind of like loot goblins? Yeah, they're kind of like loot goblins. They're a lot like loot goblins.
Like if you're gonna go play a game in like year 5, right? You don't really care if something was added in year 1 or year 3 or year 4.
There's like
Doesn't matter to
little
you.
Twists and things we've done with things, but you know, it's
It more matters how they introduce those concepts to you while you're playing.
very, very reminiscent. It's an interesting system though, like, cause you see it pop up in like all sorts of games, even games that are like very similar but like almost tangential, like so looter shooters you see them in. Even like platforming games sometimes. I don't know, it's wild. It's gonna be one of those like standardized, just like gaming.
I think preferable comes down to perspective though.
Or will be very soon.
Like I think you and probably the majority of players will agree.
Fantastic, thank you very much, I appreciate you. Alright.
But a lot of people don't actually like having their hand held. Like a lot of people like figuring all these things out on their own and not having like just dumps of information. Like explaining to you what to do.
Systems. As far as like just like experimental class of items and like nemesis egg thing like that. Like there's not.
I think if you want to appeal to a mass audience, you probably want to explain things. But then again,
improvements on a few existing stuff.
PoE has done well for itself, and it doesn't explain things that well.
Nothing revolution. I speak for the concerned players of this game. There's a huge need for us. Does the next pack detail how to grow such a beautiful build? This is a hard requirement for us. I think this might be a joke. I'm not sure. If it's not, no. I'm sorry, it doesn't.
Did they do the reset? No, that's not for another 2 weeks.
Find this build on Action RPG's YouTube channel.
I think it's 2 weeks.
I am started out of my memory of what this build was after watching a video of it very briefly when the patch dropped, and then halfway through last stream when I was already like level 45, he sent me the build and I started going off the build. I was not far off. I was pretty far off, but it was close enough that it's okay.
What do I think the dungeon quality of life change is going to be? I don't know.
Hey first time tuning in, never played last.
I actually have no idea.
I've played the most is Titan Quest over the last 10+ years. How similar are the games? Would
I think the number one complaint people have is the barriers, so either they're going to be doing something with the barriers to make them less annoying, or they're just going to be redoing the layouts or something.
That last Epoch has.
I'm not sure.
It's sort of an expected thing in a modern game type thing. I mean, I think there's a lot of similar like style of systems. Titan Quest has been a huge inspiration for last Epoch, so you know there's
the mid-cycle reset. I don't know. I think it's a missed opportunity.
That's one of their favorite games, and you know it's like a lot.
If they did some rebalancing, I think it would be a lot more exciting.
Titan Quest, growing up and stuff like that. So yeah, I'd say it's fairly similar, but not directly.
I feel like
one of these. I don't know what it is.
There's not enough, like, the meta is very stale. If they're gonna reset everybody, I feel like they probably should do some balancing stuff, right? Like, even if there's new systems, like, people all just have the same OP builds they've been playing. Like, the meta is already solved. Like, if people want to win, they just play Frostclaw Sorcerer.
Side note, these abyssal horrors...
Part of the fun of a new cycle is, like, discovering what the good builds are.
You're wondering why it doesn't trigger them. Because they're counted as summoned minions. They don't count as, like, regularly spawned enemies. You know, like how when like an enemy like resurrects itself, it doesn't like drop a second set of items when it resurrects. It's kind of the same thing.
Yeah, Nielsen, I know what you're saying. Like I agree. Like if you do want to give people information, it's better to like give them piece by piece.
Got him.
My point is just that like some people enjoy to be like stepped on, you know? Like some people are masochists. Like they want the game to be complicated and confusing and like full of mystery and like whatever.
A certain person's bingo card today? I mean,
like some people go out of their way to like seek out that type of game.
Am I like intentionally skipping over things? No. Have I been accidentally skipping over things? I don't know because I haven't been looking. But that would be pretty funny. Ooh, there's that. I'm going for it.
Bastion of Honor?
I died like right away, okay? That's the center square, I know that. The dummy would be more useful if it put out a single damage number or DPS after you stop hitting it rather than dozens of hits.
It's for sure to ensure the dupe isn't.
Text goes way too quickly to understand if a build is better or worse. Yes.
That's a big part of it, but I don't know if they can ever ensure that dupes are completely gone.
Analyze with care the possibility to implement a mage, magic, archer. It's a pretty unique archetype, and the only game I saw is
I don't think we can know for sure. Yeah.
I mean, tell that to my D2 Enchantress crossbow Sork, yeah. But I'd say there's probably a list of like classes that are.
I still play the game. I do still play the game.
On something.
I'm playing the game right now.
Mage is probably pretty low on that list.
We're having a grand old time.
I mean, you never know.
You can't help but feel sorry for me.
Through an item.
Okay.
Because you could have an item specifically that grants a bow ability. So I was talking about earlier. And that would.
Congrats, I guess. I don't know what to tell you.
Because the big bottleneck is having an ability that is usable with the weapon. Rogue's the only one that has an ability that you can use with the weapon right now. So if we put bow ability on a bow that you could like specialize into, and then you could equip the bow and it would grant you the ability. Then
I'd certainly rather be the guy having a good time playing video games on a Friday night than the guy going into random YouTube chats and like feeling sorry for people. One of these things is a lot more sad than the other, you know?
15 last time, yeah, jerk. Not a ton of awesome stuff. But we nuked them. So many.
I sound Giga triggered? No, dude.
Are badges possible? So, each kid of title or tag when you die. Some kind. There we go. I got it.
I'm old
Some
enough
kind
to
of
know
title
that you're
or
just a
tag
troll.
When you die 100 times, kill 1,000 exiled mages, etc. We're asking about achievements. Got there. Yes, we're working on achievements. Figured it out. Oh, right after you fixed it, right after, yes. I got there without it. It's like the M and the N on your keyboard. We're a little having a tough time there. Nothing. Well, stuff, but nothing we want.
I mean, it could even be a bot, actually.
Oh.
A white version? What?
Non-class locked unique weapon that summons a
What does that even
bow
mean?
that acts like a minion. There you go. And it could just be a minion. Doesn't have to
Oh
act
my
like a
god. My guy.
Then the tricky part comes, like, if you make a bow that's good enough to roll on, that's like good enough to use on a class that has no bow support.
Oh, that's great.
Is that bow overpowered for classes that do have bow support? So then do you have to, like, make a bow
That's really weak, man.
on rogue?
You're just gonna, like, call people fat? Oh, that's great.
You probably have to center it around a damage type that rogue doesn't have access to.
That's such a weak internet insult, dude.
So, like, they don't have access to, like, void or necrotic, so you do, like, a void bow, maybe. Be tough.
I'll be honest, I haven't seen this level of, like, immature shit talking since I played FPS games, like, probably, I don't know, 12, 13, 15 years ago. It's been a long time.
Please don't forget to put at last Epoch game in the question, so I see it and read it and answer it. I'm trying to answer all of them anyways, but they just stick out. It's easier for me. Oh no, I've been ambushed. Egads. Keep your wits about you. Yes, Berserk stayed there. You always tell him Berserk stayed.
I'm like 60 kilogram?
Berserk's one of those abilities.
I mean, honestly,
like,
you're not that far off.
I kind of want it to, like, be near my character. Just a little indicator that Berserk's running specifically, but I don't know how you do just one. It's like the only one I care about knowing if it's still up or not. I don't know until it's hit like 10 stacks and I can feel it really heavily. Alright, summon bear should be viable. Ever thought of implementing a unique that changes...
I like how... Okay, wait, hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute.
I mean, it is. You can have bear as a werebear pet.
Wait. You call me fat, right? And then your next...
It's the first
your
one.
next insult is that I'm skinny? The fuck?
But
how does that make any
skills
sense?
off the bear tree, but also your werebear skill tree. Yeah, it's...
You literally just did a full 180.
Player abilities scale very differently. So you can't...
this is great, dude. This is great.
Player ability and expect it to just work the same way. There's certain abilities that do work just fine, but we then intentionally name them something different to make it obvious that they're not using that skill tree. So we could give bear, like, you could put nodes in werebear that say, like, also give summon bear this thing. I think that's be the way you'd want to do it. Like, call it out in specific nodes on the werebear tree. I think that's how you have to do it. But, like, there's gotta be something of that in there already, isn't there? Bear Bear is going to come up with a bajillion results, but is there no synergy at all between Werebear and Bear? That would be funny. Is there any in the Bear tree itself?
You hope he's drunk. I hope so. No, but I mean, real talk though. Real talk.
Because we're always making
Talking to the rest of y'all now.
There's got to be a node somewhere that's labeled Bear Force 1.
I mean, I don't know about you guys, but when I was like a angry, angsty teenager,
That makes you unarmed. Like it has no stats.
that was the kind of stuff I would do.
Creates itself. How would you use? Like, you wouldn't be able to use any attacks yourself.
Like it's honestly embarrassing to like look back, but like the way this dude sounds. At one point, many years ago, I sounded like that too.
Except in exactly what the next question's talking about.
And that's what makes me sad, because like, when you see somebody talking like this, you just know that their life is sad, and that like, that actually like, I actually feel bad for this dude. Like, nobody with a good life goes into a stream and like, goes off like that. Really hope this dude finds help. Like, sincerely. Whatever is like, whoever hurt this dude,
Sometimes we kind of toy with the theme a little bit, and then we release a full class for it.
I hope he can figure that out.
Take stuff away from the places we've toyed with it a little bit.
On the Excel sheet, you could see only one filter. Do you have any other for the mid-game builds? I don't think that's true. Pretty sure I have more than one.
Alright. It could be a bow that works like Blast Knife that converts melee effects to bow effects. Yeah, so the difference there is that that's for one specific ability, not generically.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, pretty much.
Quite a lot. Like developing the ranged version of that one specific ability is, like developing a whole new skill basically.
Pretty much.
Not quite.
I'm just checking my spreadsheet. I thought I had another filter.
Always berserk.
Yeah, I mean, it's a cry for help, and it's like,
I don't even need berserk.
I mean, it's obvious because like I think a lot of us have been there at one point in our life where it's like you're having a bad time or whatever, and you just need to like vent your frustrations.
Double.
We've all been there.
Double
hold up. Frostlab, Runemaster build sheet, Sorcerer build sheet. Loot filter strict. Yeah, you're right. What I would suggest, you go to the max roll guide and you grab the filter from that.
But percent being post mitigation makes it feel very hard.
I don't actually have a leveling guide.
Yes. The damage output.
You can also go to your filter and enable T6 if you want.
The amount of damage that players are expected to deal and
if you want to show more stuff.
The amount of damage that enemies are expected to deal and receive are so disparate that it doesn't line up well with like a straight percent reflect doesn't line up well. It causes a lot of problems. And it doesn't scale well, and it does all sorts of weird things. I think there might be room for a little bit more latitude with reflect stuff, but it's one of those playstyles, one of those like build archetypes that can very quickly turn into, alright, I'm just gonna build as tanky of a character as possible.
Wait, what archetype is Mike talking about?
In this one spot, and just wait for things to hit me, and it's gonna take me like a year to beat this boss, but I can't die. It's so boring.
Oh, Giga Tanks, yeah.
When it works properly and like it's a proper build to play and there's stuff to do and it like it's active and you know fast enough but not immortal and like I'm just describing a healthy build here. When it does that, it's fantastic, you know, and it's something that we do.
Reflect? Oh, reflect. Yeah.
It's such a like narrow line of that to tipping point of junk.
Yeah, I agree. Reflect, an ideal reflect build is very like non-interactive. You're just like not really doing anything.
You throw enough stuff? Oh, I didn't quite make it. We're almost there. We're almost there. Are we gonna do it? We'll go over time. Do I care? More plans for reflect scaling for you equipment or off on passive food. Yeah.
Man, it's so hard to get the beacon,
Why does
isn't it?
no ARPG have priests? I always wanted a priest type character with holy and shadow, etc. It's
I could
power
never
is
play a
so
reflect build.
firmly written into the
I would go crazy trying to play a reflect build. Oh, I have a pop-up. There we go.
Hammerden's Diablo 2 Hammerden is the reason why it doesn't exist. I firmly believe that. I could
Reflect builds and I guess minion builds.
give a reason because Diablo 2 Hammerden's were
Both of those just like melt my brain.
ubiquitous
I can't.
and awesome, and like it's the theming. If someone's gonna have like a holy themed character, they're like paladin. And then you're like, I don't really have room for priest in the archetypes. Some of the new shrines coming are really fun. Just whatever. I've been ambushed. Oh no. Good thing Berserk is rolling. I don't want to stop attacking.
Oh, we're not done here. Some of us play Necro? No, dude. No, that's not okay. That's not okay.
Alright. With the change to the radio menu open on controller, will it be possible for you to add a setting to choose the hold on to keep open versus press once to open?
I mean, power to you. I'm glad you enjoy it. I just
Why
can't.
we couldn't make that as an
I don't
option.
think you'll ever see me playing minion builds.
I don't know if it's planned anywhere. Probably not if we just changed it, but that's a totally fine thing to put in the suggestions. You know? Go to the forums, suggestions, Discord forums, suggestions.
Necro Sleeper Fest. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Discussion on post level 100 progression. Other than gearing, something like Diablo's Paragon board or Borderlands, badass system.
What's up with the, what do you call it?
That, can I?
Cruelty? I feel like I've never even tried to use it.
We don't, so, okay. Probably not. Sorry, there has been discussion. I don't think we don't have one planned.
Stormcrow? Yeah, I kind of like Stormcrow. They have like some buff stuff that's kind of cool.
That there's still stuff to do after you've hit level 100 for progression-based things. We're not huge on having those progression systems be tied.
If it only reflected damage you take, you could make an active playstyle.
To create an expectation for max level
maybe. I mean, I think the main issue with like reflect as a mechanic is you have to wait for things to hit you. It's like it's a very reactive gameplay. It's not a like proactive. You're not running through, blowing up a pack, walking. Like you need things to hit you.
This is your normal leveling.
Unless you like have some sort of like offensive thorn.
So then you've got special system 1 that is that fits nicely. That like it starts from level 1.
I need to get more nemesis items here.
Doesn't matter what level you are. And then you've got maybe another system that like kicks in partway through the game, and that goes. Maybe this is like monoliths and green is crafting. Let's say. These are systems that persist past level 100. But then having like systems that start in the late Endgame. So like when you're like level 90,
These are all
you know,
shit.
and they start here and things like that. So it feels like it's tied to a very end game it is tied as a very end game progression system. And maybe this is like
I
yellow
thought I
is
had a
archetypes
perfect
and
one.
green is crafting and 90 is
Did I
something.
not?
I don't know. But having these systems that aren't tied, having these like end game progression systems that work possibly similarly to a Paragon board or Borderlands system, things like that. Like there's room for that, but tying it to hitting max level creates an expectation that we say, hey, we want you to hit max level on your characters, but that's not an expectation we want to set. We don't want people to have that expectation of hitting max level. So these late game progression systems, we want people to be able to interact with them before they hit max level. And so lets on decoupling it from level altogether. That where I've labeled 90 where it starts, that would probably just be where it generally kicks in for a player, but it's actually like a content progress completion that requires it. So like once you've unlocked, I don't know, empowered and a new system like
I don't know if it's as much as like casual versus non-casual.
or through that to unlock a boss at the end of it or something. I don't know.
I think it's just like a playstyle preference. Like it's more of like, yeah, passive versus active, right? Pretty much.
That was a big hit.
It's like this build I'm playing is like super casual friendly. It's very, very easy, very strong build.
My resistances.
But it's an active playstyle. It's not passive. Whereas there are like necro builds that are really strong or really weak. But I think most of them are pretty passive, other than ones you need to like manually reposition stuff. But yeah, exactly. The passive aspect is what I don't like. Which is weird because like
Alright, when you'll finish the campaign,
I also enjoy like warpath type skills, like Cyclone and PoE. And those are pretty passive.
Sorry, I don't understand the question.
You're just like holding the button and moving, right? Those are almost as passive as it gets. But for whatever reason, they're more fun than a minion build to me.
80% reflect could instead
I don't
be
know.
a threshold that procs your flat value. It's just hard to kill dot enemies. Yeah, the necrotic eyeballs are so hard to kill. Yeah. Yeah, because they don't have any reflectable attacks, do they?
That eyeballs counter
Yeah,
reflect
like
builds.
every time
That's
you
funny.
take X amount of damage from a target. Yeah, that's the way dots work. That just doesn't work. There's got to be a solution for that.
You like glass cannon builds? Yeah. I don't mind glass cannon builds.
Some sort of dot reflect.
Yeah, I don't like waiting for damage. Exactly. It's also why I'm not a huge fan of DOT builds. Not a huge fan of reflect, minion, whatever. If I could have a minion build where I just have
I think that question was asked
like 3 or 4 like little mini Frostclaw sorcerers running around,
so my girl was asking if there will
might be okay.
be a rebirth system of sorts, with us perhaps keeping part of our first class change stuff while being able to pick another class. I told her that would probably be troublesome, but would like to know as well. No. We don't have any plans for that.
Yeah, I mean, it's all good. We all have our preferences. No big deal.
To legacy only is not really something we're super interested in. And thanks, game. And have for the thing. Not
I mean, I'm happy that minion builds exist because I know that it fills like a. It fills a spot for a lot of players.
Having things locked to having mechanics.
Like a lot of people only play minion builds.
Is probably not something we're overly interested in. And you can't have any functional head.
It's good that it exists. It's just not for me.
So you couldn't have anything carry over into the new cycle with a new character. So if you can figure out a way around both of those problems, maybe. Manifest armor.
My mana is terrible.
Great question. The big I'll read the rest of the question here, sorry. Imagine if Forge Guard can change forms like Druid and Lich can by wearing the Manifest armor. Ah, yes, we've joked.
You like the live? Yeah, I prefer live as well. I don't usually watch VODs.
Yeah, like...
Just a little extra fun from the
just be fantastic. So much fun.
interaction, you know?
There's no specific plans to do that at the moment. I would love it. I think the major problem with Manifest Armor is an expectation versus reality issue.
I usually stream around the same hours though, so I know for some people it's hard to catch.
And I think we need to find the most commonly desired...
We have a fairly rigid schedule.
It's almost impossible for us. Having that function is just like a, hey, it works no matter what you put on there. That's almost impossible. Things are just too... there's too much complexity on the items and the abilities that they give in order to make them functional with Manifest Armor generically. So that's just unfortunate, but it's that part's probably never going to happen just for everything altogether. However, I do think that there is room for individual things that people want to make work.
Pristine Gardens. What is this one?
We took the lower square.
Is that a good one? I don't remember.
Did it not count as taking the lower square? What did I do wrong? I should just be able to run up here and trigger it anyways. Come on, didn't this just spawn?
Having only tried MG since you started, you dislike it incentivizes you to spend time looking at the UI. Yeah, I mean, honestly, that's why I've never played MG in last Epoch. It's honestly like...
There's stuff about Manifest Armor that needs to...
Probably one of the biggest reasons I picked last Epoch to play is because I hated the...
Let me just wander off.
I hated trade in Path of Exile. I hated how it like made me feel like glued to the system. And I knew that, like, trade ruins the game. For me, right? I know some people like it, but at least for me, trade ruins the game.
We'll always consider suggestions that get presented on the proper suggestion channels. I don't think that... We are pretty happy with the time. The most recent changes we've made have all been to extend the time, and we've been very happy with those changes.
You're gonna try CUF next time? Let's go. Happy to hear it. We got another convert. Moving you over to the other side. What build is good for boss farming? I'm gonna go with Static Orbs. Probably the best boss farming. Just one-shot the boss. There's a few other builds that can one-shot the boss.
New campaign skip with Jura. Will it be deleted after campaign being finished? No. No, we'll add more of them.
With MG, you feel like the stuff you don't want is going to get you something you want. Yeah, that's the other thing is, like...
Yeah, we need to get dungeons...
As COF, most of the things I drop... I mean, I guess that's not really true.
We just smooth out some things with dungeons, so the more
prophecies are targeted.
Better to do the first time through, all these things. And then we'll be adding...
But yeah, with MG, or COF, most of the stuff I drop is, like, whatever.
Like, there's just some
not exciting.
with dungeons that once they're set up nicely...
For MG, I imagine you have that excitement more often.
And
there's stuff you can sell.
Get those functional things set up properly, and then they're going to be really awesome, and we're going to make more of them.
If I could completely automate MG, like if I found an item I didn't want, it would be automatically listed for the correct price, automatically sold, and then like
new different missions inside the monolith.
I could have something like automatically buy the items that I want for my build. I might enjoy MG in that case.
I don't think they're being added in 1.1, the refresh.
You like both? Yeah. Yeah, I've played a lot of ARPGs over the years, and I've done both, but I've just realized whenever I do trade, I know I'm just not enjoying the game as much.
You know, where it's like seal the gate, find the ambush, kill the spy.
Thanks to your build, you made it. You defeat all the Harbingers, so close to kill Aberoth. Are you doing Static Orb or just Frostclaw? If you don't have enough DPS to one-shot with Static Orb, it might be easier to just
And
focus
we
on
are working
Frostclaw.
on new things in that category. Increased experience. Gotta love it.
Alright, let's go grab this beacon.
Decent ring to put on.
I also see a lot of players saying they should just, like, combine the factions. Like, why should the factions be separate? And I think that question only ever get asked by MG players. Like, you'll never hear a COF player saying, like, oh, they should combine the factions.
Alright. There's a couple questions here. I'll hammer out these last few questions, but that's a stream. I'm gonna relax and we can check out my birds.
Frostclaw Static Orb.
Hello, please only have a lot of useless and funny builds.
Not even close to the one-shot?
Give more damage in AoE to skills.
Make sure you have, like, Shred and,
to, like, lacerate from PoE and
what else?
arrows cost less mana.
Arcane Ascendance and all that stuff.
I try a lot of play with HOA, but this season
It makes a
I
really big
stopped
difference.
because very boring and sucks. A good streaming and we can buy. Please drop suggestions in the suggestions channels. Will there be new different missions inside the month? Yeah, we're working on them. I don't know when they'll be ready. Is the scenario where you
feel like you're progressing your characters more? Yeah.
Enemies take X more damage.
It's more targeted progression. It's, like, perfectly targeted, right?
Kinda.
So you buy exactly what you want. You farm gear faster as COF?
That they take more damage. If you're the only thing doing damage to them, yes, that's the same as you having a UD more damage.
I don't know if that's
In other words, are the two
true.
conditions additively part of the same
I mean,
damage
certainly, if you're playing MG optimally, you definitely farm faster in MG. But that's like more of a softcore
they're
thing.
both multiplicative in the same one. So
In
it's,
hardcore, I don't think the same is true.
what you're asking, yes, but technically the answer to your question is no.
The market's just way too
It's
small
weird, but
in hardcore.
it's the same. Functionally, it's identical. They're both in that more damage category, and it's more damage times more damage times more damage times more damage times more damage. And
How many LP4 did I get out of the egg?
So it's if you're
I'm
the only thing
almost
doing
certain the answer is 0.
any discussions on possible multi-classing systems?
I can't think of a time when I got a 4 LP. I've gotten 3, but I don't think I've ever gotten a 4 from a egg, at least.
Like here's the multi-classing.
Gotta go?
Get skills and
Past
classes
midnight?
to
Alright.
class.
As always, thank you for dropping in.
As far as we're planning
I'll
on doing
catch
it,
you in the next
maybe
one.
Having an item that grants a skill across class, possibly.
Have a good night.
Alright, I like the time to max. I'm just curious. Thanks for spawning. You're welcome.
Yeah.
No percent
I mean, your perspective as a hardcore player is going to be very different.
I'm sorry. We do have that stat somewhere. I just don't know what it is. Is there unique MTX for high-level achievements? Not right now, but I would like to do it. I saw someone in PoE link MTX he got for being the first person to kill Schaefer years ago, and it's cool to have dragon.
4 LP peak? Nice. That's a good
I
one.
think there's, yeah.
I got a 4 LP Rainbow Edge yesterday. It was actually a natural drop.
Pipeline has been
Not even a
trying to
COF
crank
drop.
out as much stuff as possible for the, just like anyone, because one of the things we got as big feedback for our cosmetic system initially was we just want more stuff, so we've been trying to make as much more stuff as possible, and taking.
See, look at this.
That only
I casted my
handful of
focus,
people are going to get.
and it's like you see the animation, but it's not casting.
Priorities, but I mean, yeah,
This
that's
bug
something
is
that
driving me
we
insane.
feel like we will probably add.
Keeps canceling my
Because
cast,
it's great. And there's different ways to do it. I've talked about this in the past, but adding
screwing
like,
over my mana.
possibly a point system where like, oh, if you come first, you get 100 points. If you come 100th, you get.
Yeah, this is actually our only 4
If
LP
you 1000th, you get 10
on our
points,
hardcore
something like that.
character.
And then like you can
Pretty unlucky.
earn those points.
It's
together
really
to
nice
buy
roll, though.
things with it that are like special reward points or something like that. And it's a little more complex, but I think it lets people kind of pick their reward a little bit while still having more rewards for people who get even more stuff.
Alright, let's go. Gotta find that beacon, though. What a
Or
struggle.
a token, like you get like a minor token and then a major token or a champion token, and there's like 3 things in the champion tier or something. You know.
I thought Mike was saying hopium for a second. Copium or something. like going deaf.
Class changes coming or updates. I mean, we're always making little changes to summers and stuff like that. So maybe. All right, I think this is the last question here. Any considerations for like an ascended mastery for all of the classes? Like after you complete all the level 60 or 90 monos and you ascend your druid mastery, and example have access to endgame skill progression, for example.
I played a lot of hardcore and softcore.
No.
This is my hardcore character.
What you're going at, and it's a very good idea, and I think there's a better way we can do it in our game.
This is actually my second ever hardcore character.
And with that,
I've only played softcore before that.
I had fun. I hope
Hey, let's go! Another dev stream.
We'll be back same time, same place next week, but not the week after that. Someone else will be here in my place. If I missed your question, I apologize. It's not intentional. Please head on over to our Discord.
It'd be cool if Muffin hosts the other week stream.
Any housekeeping stuff I have to do? I had a really good stream today. I feel like it was a little more relaxed, but I enjoyed that a lot. Let's see who's streaming. Let's see who's doing stuff. Oh, here we go.
Ah! Oh my god, don't kill me.
Give me the hard questions to answer lately, but that's.
Oh my god, lag. Hey, let's go! Literally just had the dev stream open in the background listening. That's so weird. Hey Mike, how's it going? I would say I hope you have had a nice stream, but I was there, so that would be a little misleading. But yeah, I hope your Friday's going well. Hope you're having a good time. When you say housekeeping, did you mean literal housekeeping, or is there some spicy game stuff going on? Yeah, for everybody dropping in. Thanks for coming to hang out. We are on our hardcore character. This is my spicy mage playing the same overpowered build as before. And yeah, so this is where we are right now. Rank 1 arena mage, making a pretty cool character. So yeah, that is what we are up to. Is the game still online? Yes, you can tell by this network bar right here that I'm online. You can play offline though if you want, fully offline. Most of us don't hear what you say. Wait, what do you mean? Are they doing Twitch doing the ad thing? Oh my god. That's so annoying. I wish it would tell me when it plays the ads. Sorry about that, dudes. That is really awkward. Twitch is trolling me, it seems. Trolling all of us. But yeah, for those of you just joining, I was just saying, like, I was watching the dev stream on my other monitor. 2 minutes? What? Oh my god. Oh, I'm so sorry for that. I used the default settings for that. I feel bad though. I'm being a terrible host. You can play ads manually? What? I didn't know you even had that option. Oh my god. Excited for PoE 2? I mean, I'll be honest. I wasn't really following PoE 2 that closely. But as a fan of the ARPG genre, it's a little bit hard to ignore. It's kind of the elephant in the room, isn't it, right? Like, I feel like that's all everybody's talking about these days. I mean, other than that other game that shan't be named. You know what I'm talking about. Souls-like bossing. Honestly, I think it's kind of cool. I feel like there's going to be some really great hardcore runs with the new hard PoE. It's going to be pretty spicy. I like that they made it challenging though. It's going to make it more fun, I think. More slow-paced, which is probably a good thing. Classic PoE is like way, way, way too zoomy. I mean, even though like I kind of enjoy it personally, I don't know if it's good for the game. You can schedule them and even postpone them. What? All this technology, I have no idea. I need to fix that. You get rid of the pre-roll ads and get more money. I mean, I won't lie, I do like money. But yeah, I should change that. I'll look at that after the stream. I don't want to tinker around with the settings midstream, but yeah, thanks thank you guys for letting me know about that. Do you personally prefer Last Epoch over PoE 1? That's actually a really spicy question. Because I am somebody who probably has over 10,000 hours into PoE 1, which is like, you know, an unhealthy amount of hours. And about 4 years ago, I quit PoE like cold turkey. I haven't touched it since. It's like at one point I just realized like I wasn't enjoying the game anymore. Like I just wasn't really having fun. It felt like a job. I felt like I was like glued to the game, making sure I like always was ready to accept a trade message if I ever got a ping. It just like it became a really unhealthy what do you call it? It became a really unhealthy relationship for me, so I just stopped. So yeah, on that note, yeah, I enjoy Last Epoch a lot more. I think like the number one thing that really drew me to Last Epoch was actually the faction system. Because of like how much I hated trade in the other ARPGs, like it was kind of a no-brainer. Please do that. Okay, yeah. Yeah, you're right. I will do that. Thank you for the tip. I'm still a newbie Twitch streamer, still just figuring things out. Hardcore COF player? Yeah. I mean, isn't that the only way to play hardcore in this game? Oh, did I answer? Do you like the reset that's coming to Ellie? Honestly, it's a bit of a mixed bag. As a COF player, like, I'm kind of forced to either play Legacy, which screws up your stash really badly, or you do the reset, which you're not really getting anything. There's no, like, rebalancing. There's no, what do you call it? I mean, there's a little bit of new content, but I think the meta is stale. So, I don't know. New chance to flex on the ladder? I mean, you're not wrong. Actually, funny, on the note of the ladder, so this is my second ever hardcore character, just for context. And I made this character a month into the league, and we still managed to secure rank 5 hardcore mage. Just because there's like so few mages actually made it to level 100 in hardcore. Like even starting a month late, we still got top 5. Pretty cool. If you look at like the Sentinel ladder, so we see here August 16th is rank 5. I think Sentinel has way more. Yeah, you can see... Wait, what? Are these out of order? Wait, hold on a minute. What? Wait, what? Oh! It shows the date that the character was made then, right? Is that what this date is? Must be. I've never actually noticed that before. It's the snapshot date? Oh, maybe when they last played? Yeah, you can see it's a lot more competitive. Last played. Okay, I got you. I got you. I know what you're saying. Haunted Reef, was this a good one? We're actually looking for a good beacon map right now because there's the XP farm tech that we're trying to do. So for those of you guys who don't know, there's a very, I guess we'll say, degenerate. Oh, there goes my keyboard. We have no keyboard. Wait, hold on. We're trying to fix this. We have no keyboard. I have no keyboard. Please come back. Don't die. Alright. How do you clench your butt when you play with the hardcore? I do that manually, actually. I haven't found a way to automate that yet. Oh, how hard do you clench your butt? I thought you said how do you clench your butt? Not that hard. I give it about maybe a 3 or a 4 out of 10. I mean, that's the thing though, is like most of the time you're playing hardcore, there's not really that much danger. It's only like those few times where like, I did Aberoth the other day. That was a bit of a butt clencher. What else? The arena push was a bit of a butt clencher. There's a few butt clenching events. Actually, this beacon might actually be alright. I don't think it's as good as Warcamp. Warcamp's just way too spicy, isn't it? I'll keep it around. Fun fact, you can actually charge your focus while you're in the map menu. If you start holding it first, then go into the map, it stays channeling. This is hardcore online. You can tell by this little connection bar here. It means it's an online character. This one is solo account found as well. I don't play offline pretty much because you can cheat items in offline. And if I make content in offline, pretty much anybody can just say I cheated in my items. So I guess it kind of diminishes the accomplishment a little bit if you play in offline. You can also like bring your character back to life and all that stuff. So yeah, I just suck it up and play online. Fear of lag and dying? Yeah, I mean honestly that's probably one of the most likely ways to die if you have a strong character is to like lag or something like that. I have pretty good internet. For the most part. Not to jinx it, but... yeah, I mean, it's always a risk, right? Dying to lag, dying to bugs, dying to, you know, whatever. If you've ever seen Lizard's highlights, sometimes they pop up on Twitch. Feels like most of his deaths are to, like, some sort of bug or whatever. Like the game just glitching out. It's pretty sad. Poor guy. It's really unlucky. I don't know if you guys saw his last death. It was really sad. A super tanky character, but taken out by a bug. Only a mage so far? This cycle, yes, actually. I've only played mage this cycle. I played other characters before in 1.0, but I tend to min-max characters pretty hard. That's kind of like my thing. I enjoy like gearing them out and like getting them all like best in slot everywhere. I just like that process. I guess I might as well show my gear since I'm talking about it. Yeah, so this is my current hardcore gear setup. What do we have? We have T7 Prismatic Gaze, 4% crit. We have T7 Int Unstable with a high roll on it. Good mana here. We have a nearly perfect T7 crit reduction, Strands of Souls. It's really solid. We have a nearly perfect 2LP Enigma. This is actually one of the best rolls I've ever seen. Perfect int, one-off perfect area, spark charge, all that stuff. Really insane. What else? Almost perfect Orion's Eye with crit multi. This wand is honestly really upsetting. Have I seen Oleg? No, I actually haven't seen Oleg in a while. I'm not sure where he is. Oh yeah, let me show you guys the, where is it here? We actually bricked this the other day. This was our 3LP wrong warp dropped from Aberoth. And I somehow managed to miss the T7. That was pretty upsetting. So yeah, we're just using this. Then we have our T7 int red ring. What else? We have T7 int flames of midnight. This gives you like crazy speed. Then we have T7 int on our gloves. These are pretty much only used because of shred and frailty. And then move speed on the boots. I do have a T7 int Blood of the Exile, but I prefer the move speed. You gotta go fast, right? Oh yeah, and then T7 int Storm Curved. So yeah, that's where we're at right now. Little gear tour. Pretty good stuff. His wife got mad at him for no lifing? Oh no. Feels bad, honestly. Maybe he needs to get a new wife. No, I'm kidding. You gotta give attention to the fam, you know? You followed the Infinite Spark Charge Stork into Best Mage. It's insane. Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's been a community project. Like, it's not just me working on it. There's like quite a few people trying to min-max. That's the cool thing, right? Is like, I mean, I come up with a bunch of ideas, but like, there's always people helping me like improve those ideas and change them, find new ways to make the builds work and stuff. So it was the same thing last season. Did the devs raid? Yeah. Yeah, Mike dropped in with the raid. I didn't see him say anything. Usually he says hi, but no, Mike's a pretty busy guy. Every time I listen to the dev streams, I always wish that like I can someday attain that chill vibe that Mike brings. Mike always answers the questions so well. You're on the no to minimal mana management. Bit of Frostbite Frostlaw. Okay. How does Frostbite compare to the Spark Charge? You can actually play this as a low mana, because most of your mana generation comes from the meteor. Mike has very assuring tone of speed. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I think a lot of it. It's just the tone. It's a very friendly tone. Worse mapper, better bosser. Really? I'm actually surprised. I'm surprised that it's better at bossing. Because this one's already quite solid. I mean, at least once you get some good gear, it becomes quite strong. Better bosser than a pure spark charge? Really? Yeah, that's what I find surprising. Because the pure spark charge is a quite strong bosser still. It's not like S tier, but definitely like A tier. How fast does Frostbite kill bosses? We're talking like a few seconds, or? Damn, okay. Yeah, that's not bad. You're not talking aspiration of gear? Yeah, I'm not sure. I found that the spark charge sorcerer scales really well early game. Like once you get this node around like level 50, the spark charge setup is like extremely strong. There's like very few builds that compete with it as far as like clear. Just from like the base damage, right? And then there's a bit of a, I don't want to say drop. It stays strong the whole time. Um, but you kind of get that power spike when you get Enigma. And then you get really strong again, and then you sort of fall off until you start stacking int after that point. And then wrong warp as well is like a huge buff. I mean, I guess we might as well do a Jolra. Let me see if I have anything to slam. I do have a LP3 prismatic. Could see if I have something to slam. I don't know if I do. Is this slam worthy? Probably not. I need a really good helmet, don't I? These are all bad. This is craftable. If we go for the seal, we actually hit it. Unexpected. Ooh, we don't have enough shards. Let me check if I have. Yeah, if I can get a good slam, I will do a Jolra. Slam a 3 LP prismatic. There we go. This should give me what I want. Okay, perfect. That's what we needed. Ooh. Okay. Crit success, nice. Health regen is completely useless. Honestly, Ellie res. You know what? This is slam worthy, isn't it? Ellie res is not perfect, but I think this is slam worthy. Let's do it. All right, I'll demo you guys a T4 Jolra just to show you what it looks like on this current setup. This is my move speed setup. I also have int boots here. We have int boots and we have think this is fine. Yeah, that's... Have I seen 4LP exiled boots? I don't know if any of them exist. I've seen 3. I've seen a handful of 3s. Not my own, but I haven't seen a 4. Not even in like chat or anything. I guess offline. I've seen one offline, but that doesn't count. Oh my god, the stash lag. You guys hyped for the what do you call it? The stash improvements? Even 2LP is hard? Yeah, 2LP is hard. I agree. I'm pretty hyped for the stash upgrades. Looking forward to that. Will they improve it? Yeah, it was in the announcements. They're doing something with stash, upgrading the stash. We don't know exactly what it is yet, but there will be a improvement. You hope it's what everybody assumes it is? Yeah, me too. Honestly, I have pretty high hopes. I feel like when LE does invest the effort to like redo a system or improve it, they usually do go like they go all out. They don't like half-ass stuff, right? So I'm feeling like it's going to be pretty big. So yeah, that's exciting.
How is this possible? Only I should be able to look
Oh yeah, for those of you guys wondering, if you have the Flames of Midnight ring, it's actually insane for running Temporal Sanctum. Because it allows you to easily bypass through these walls, like effortlessly. Look at that. There's no effort whatsoever. It's really nice. Hey Nacho, what's up? How's it going? Hope you're having a good Friday. New chip? I get it. Hope this one doesn't brick. Yeah. Oh my god, if I do another brick with a 3LP, I'm gonna be so sad. I don't know if my brain can handle another one. But honestly, even if I miss double prefix, it's still really bad. The only way it's good is if I hit double prefix, because this is the other one's a 3%. Alright, here we go. Let's get a little bit more int. Very nice. Stack up a bit of ward. Oh, I stopped casting before it was dead. Oops. Yeah, we'll take it. Just curious. Nah. You bricked your 2LP Nihillas? Oh no. Oh, that's a rough one. I think you weren't happy with the roll anyway, though, right? I feel like you were upset about that. This goes here. How did I get T7 in red ring? I dropped a normal red ring. I put it into the nemesis, which gave it a LP, and then I used a slam and a temporal sanctum, and I hit int. I think I have a few red rings. Where are they? Wait a minute. Do I only have 2 in hardcore? Actually, yeah, this is my second red ring. I guess I got really lucky on my hardcore character. Software, I had a lot of these. I think I probably have like over 50 in software. But yeah, we have slams to do. Where did I put it? Here it is. Let's go. All right, if I miss this one too, I don't know. I think I might have an aneurysm, to be honest. 3 LP prismatic, here we go. All right. Okay, what do we get? What are we taking bets on here? Did we get T7? All I ask is T7, please. Okay. This was the second best outcome. 3 out of 3. No, this is a 2 out of 3. We missed armor. Oh, 3 out of 3 is the prediction. Okay. I got you. Yeah, not bad, not bad. Is this actually an upgrade, though? That's the question. Oh my god. Literally 1% spell crit. Game. That's funny. I don't even know if it's technically an upgrade because we have lightning crit here. We have another 10. So it's probably about the same for spell crit. Probably works out to be about the same. Yeah, I do. I do have more resists, and it has higher percent DR as well. It's 8%. This one was a 6, so technically this is an upgrade. Technically. Not much of one. Actually, we save idle. Yeah, I can... Necrotic. Poison. Actually, yeah. Maybe. Hmm. Maybe we can move our idols around a bit. Necrotic. Do we have a 17? We do. Oh. 16? 16. Okay. That's still better than a 2 sevens. This one has stun chance though. Stun duration. It's technically +2. Do I have a better 15 with vitality maybe? 1 vitality. This is technically better. 2 vitality on a 14. These are technically better. Okay, this is trash. 2 on a 14, that's 16. Okay. I'm trying to see if I can fit in another mana idol. I don't know if I even have a good one though. 8% increased strike. 8% mana on Flame Ward. You doing max dodge? What's the synergy for dodge? Do you scale dodge with VK? I feel like I'm too big of a Sentinel noob to know if that's a good thing. 300 base dodge, okay. 8%. The most cracked item I got so far this cycle? Probably my 3LP wrong warp that I bricked right after. Cracked, I would imagine that it's this Orion's Eye. It's a pretty high roll with crit multi. This is like really, really hard drop to get. I think it's probably more crazy than a T7 in Red Ring. This is a good roll though. But yeah, I gotta give it to the Orion's Eye. That's gotta be it. I mean, if the Prismatic was a 4%, I would say that. Build anything on Sentinel without VR challenge. I feel like EHG has talked about VR being kind of overbearing. I think they're going to refactor it at some point. I wouldn't be surprised to see that. 8% with Nova. 8%. I feel like the 7 is probably better. We'll take the 7 with the crit. It's in the works for 1.2, yeah. Yeah, I could see that. How's our resist now? Kind of trash tier, isn't it? Feels nice to see the game again after a long break. Yeah, welcome back. Let's go. I'm so done with D4. It just doesn't do anything for me anymore. No, I stopped. I played the first few seasons, but I don't know. I just don't really enjoy it. Doesn't the whole like endgame in D4 doesn't feel exciting to me. The loop is just really uninspiring. At least for me. Let's see. See if we have any good 1x1s. Do I really not? Season 6 will change it. You might want to try. Honestly, I'm not that interested because they have the whole expansion thing coming soon, and I really don't want to dump more money into that game than I already have. Just doesn't really do it for me. Do you guys think this is acceptable? See, cold res we get from teleport, so even without this idol, we're actually doing all right. Okay, here's the idea. Here's the idea. Three LP Titan Heart. Yeah, that's a huge one. Oh yeah, you do. You have a 2 LP Orions and 2 LP Red Ring. That's nuts. That's pretty nuts. I don't know if you guys remember, but I also had the back-to-back Red Ring slams. I slammed 2 T7 int Red Rings in a row. Like one right after the other. That was pretty insane. Let's see if we have 8% gold res. 7? Ward retention. Yeah, that was pretty nuts. This is a nice one. Yeah, honestly, that's not too bad. All right, how do we feel about these resists? feel like I'm fine with that. We have pretty big overlap on the cold res cap with our TP. You playing in cycle? This is cycle. This character is cycle. Pretty much never play Legacy. Someone in your Discord who missed like 9 1LP red rings. I think Scourge missed like 20 or 30 red rings. Some like absurd number like that. It was actually crazy. They are fine? Yeah, I agree. Ooh, this is pretty nice. I think I actually prefer armor, don't I? Yeah, we take those. We like armor. Much overcap on necrotic? Quite a bit. 16. We can take stun chance instead. This is actually preferable. Yeah, this is technically better, because we have stun chance and a bit of dodge. Starting a Beastmaster without minions? Yeah, Beastmaster honestly looks like, as like a direct damage class, it looks pretty strong. It's a lot of like big damage Beastmaster builds I've seen popping around. Pretty cool stuff. Be nice if I could get a little bit more stun chance. Let me see. Go again. Necrotic, res. I'm pretty sure I had nothing. I just want stun chance. I don't think I have. Yeah, we don't have stun chance. Dodge is the next best. So we're still capped here. Capped across the board. We get a little bit of extra mana. And extra crit. It's pretty nice. Tempest Strike, Earthquake. I like Earthquake. I tried to make it work, but other than that bug stuff, it's never really that great for me. Probably doing it wrong though. Gonna get some rest. All right. Thanks for dropping in. I'll catch you in the next one. What bug? The DOT scaling on Earthquake I think was bugged. Somebody who played the build more could probably comment better than I can, but yeah, there was some weird stuff going on. I think it was doing like 10 times more damage than it was supposed to. Something like that. There's been a few DOT bugs though. I think this cycle had a couple early on. Then they fixed something, which nerfed a bunch of builds. And then they rebuffed the builds, if I remember correctly. Pretty sure that's what happened. I'm actually kind of liking Underground Lake. I feel like the density is not bad. I'd probably try, if I could get a beacon on this map, might give it a go, try farming it. See how it feels. Double T7 quiver, sure. On hardcore with 600, yeah. I mean, the build is honestly just that strong. It's, makes it easy. Why Flames of Midnight? Flames of Midnight gives us a lot of quality of life. Basically, it gives us an extra like 20% move speed at all times, and it also gives us a blink ability that I'm triggering with Meteor. Like, see how just there I blinked across the screen? That was Flames of Midnight. Stun and Shred. Why not? We'll add it to the collection. Melee next cycle. Oh my god. I feel like you melee guys are mad lads. Unless you're playing a Racing Strike, that doesn't count as melee anymore. That's a ranged ability. Yeah, Racing Strike doesn't count. I wouldn't mind like a strong melee meta. Originally, when I started playing games like these, like melee was my preferred playstyle way back in the day. But I also enjoy playing things that are strong. So I think over time, I just ended up playing less and less melee. It's kind of sad. I guess not necessarily like the strongest builds. I like speedy builds. Builds that go fast. With melee, you always have to like walk over to enemies and hit them. There's range, you kind of just like shoot all over the place. Just spewing your load of damage all over. You find Glacier quite a bit better? I personally disagree. I did level with Glacier, so I kind of understand what you're getting at. The issue with Glacier as a skill is like, if I cast Glacier, I guess I can. Let's just cast Glacier. If I cast Glacier here, like this is my coverage, right? I mean, you can get some AoE or whatever. If you had like 1,000,000% AoE, I'd probably go with Glacier and agree. But like this is kind of poor. It's like sort of single directional. It goes here. You're hitting some stuff fairly close with Frostclaw. You can off-screen. With Frostclaw, you have auto-targeting. This like is basically built-in aimbot. And the other thing about Frostclaw for AoE clear is because you have Volley of Glass and there's base 5 projectiles with here, each cast of Frostclaw is 5 hits on every enemy, and these can add up to 5 times more, so it's up to 25 hits per enemy. And with spark charges, they all overlap, and it'll instantly blow up a pack of enemies. Like for clear, I don't think it's possible to clear faster than like a properly set up Frostclaw Mage. Like there's a couple like Warlock has a competitive build. Falconer has a competitive build. But yeah, I don't think it's possible to clear faster as a mage right now. You were dying more with Frostlaw? Yeah, I mean, it really depends on your setup. Midnight Strand is a map you like. I don't actually I don't know what Midnight Strand is. I don't recognize that name. How high is my int? Right now it's 178. At 1160? I have a VOD on my channel. Hold on. I'll grab the VOD. Still playing this? Yeah. Yeah. I enjoy Last Epoch. I have no issues with it. I mean, I have issues, but not major ones. Let me bring up my VOD. Because I did... Where is it? Did this here somewhere. Got it up to 200? I did have it on 200. This is a gear swap. I'm using move speed boots. If I swap these out, and if I grab... I'm missing int here. I took int out here. And I took int out here. If I swap those back around, I have 200. Actually, I have more than 200. Yeah, hold on. Here's the VOD. I'll link this in the chat. If you want to see what 1,000 corruption looks like for this build, this is also static core, by the way. Like this is less damage than my current hardcore build. But yeah, here's 1 hour farming favor on, what do you call it? Imperial War Camp. You can go through the whole VOD if you want. It's on my channel. But basically the TLDR is at 1,000 corruption, speed farming, full speed setup. I don't think I died a single time during this. Yeah, and that's with the suboptimal static orb setup, which is for bossing. That's not for echo clear. So yeah, I definitely do think that if you just want a speedy echo farmer, Frostclaw is definitely superior. Your int might be too low. Yeah, I think in that clip I was probably at about 150. Somewhere around there. Maybe 145 or something. But yeah, you see I just click on the pack and they blow up. Even the rares blow up. There's just a little bit of delay because of the spark charges. Oh, I left Glacier. We don't need that. Enjoying the build guides? Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I don't usually put a lot of build guides out. I'm a man of very few build guides. I do try and make sure that they are quality though, when I do make them. Just so happens the last many have been, they've all ended up being Mage. It turns out I just really enjoy Frostclaw. I guess question for all you guys in here. So I have a theory. I have a theory that the rank 10 COF doesn't work on Exiled Mage. It's a little bit hard to prove that it doesn't actually work, but I've killed a lot of mages and I've never seen a double unique drop. Like, not once. Exiled mages aren't bosses? They said in the dev chat that it was a boss. In the Ask Dev Discord channel. Pretty sure Mike said it did count as a boss. Yeah, I'm almost certain they are bosses. Supposed to be anyway. I think they said that anything with a health bar and like ward breakpoints is a boss. So like the dudes in the, what do you call it? The Sanctuary of Eterra, like those dudes are bosses. When you get to the end of an echo and it's I forget what they call it, the misshapen whatever. Pretty sure that's a boss. The random enemies that appear throughout the echo that have the bar, I'm pretty sure those are actually just bugged. They're not supposed to be having the ward bar, but yeah. You're at 2k mana, but only 110-ish int. Yeah, if that's your setup, you're definitely more spec towards... You're more spec towards Glacier than Frostlaw. The thing, though, is that the int does also scale the damage of your static orb, too. It gives you crit chance, gives you increased damage. I forget what else. Int gives you a lot of good stuff. Ward retention. I think you might be right about rank 10. Yeah, I guess, so the question was, have any of you guys ever seen a double unique drop from an Exiled Mage? Like, even once? Is every other boss that can drop uniques? I've seen double. Like, I've gotten double drops from Jolra. I've gotten double drops from Shade of Orbis. I've gotten double Strands of Souls from Abomination. Like, at some point in time, all these other bosses I've gotten a double drop. But not Exiled Mage. So I'm pretty sure it's broken. I mean, fortunately, the ladle is not that meta this cycle. Sorry for anybody trying to farm it, though. It's also another bug right now where when you're using Flames of Midnight, it seems like sometimes your skills don't cast, which is causing me to brick my mana. Sometimes my Meteor doesn't cast. It's like my main source of mana recovery. You saw people are stacking cast speed over int? Yeah, the reason why you stack cast speed on Glacier is because once you have a certain amount of mana, you can just infinitely spam it. Because you recover the mana on crit and kill. So yeah, you just spam Glacier forever. So cast speed is good. For Frostclaw, you don't really recover mana to the same degree. So the cast speed is not as important, but instead you scale your crit multi and increase damage and all that other stuff. So you're still able to scale your damage, you just grab other stuff instead of cast speed. And even then, for most bosses, you can spam Frostclaw enough to kill the boss before you run out of mana. So it's not really a big deal either way. Plus, you can use Static Orb if you want for either build. Do you do more damage like that? Probably, yeah, I think so. I mean, cast speed is more damage. It's also way more ward generation too. Like defensively, so you get a bunch of ward every time you cast a 40 plus mana skill. So if you scale cast speed on Glacier, you generate like absurd amounts of ward. How much mana is required? You could do the math on that. I don't remember offhand how much is needed. I'll check after this map. I want to say somewhere around 2,000. But you can also spec Glacier to be low mana cost intentionally and just use it as a generator. Can you use it to... yeah, I need to fix that. I need to change my Twitch settings. How do I do self-chosen ads? Can I change that setting midstream? Will it let me? Settings. I have no idea how to do any of this stuff. Stream manager, that must be it, right? Settings, stream. Okay, we're getting there. Ads. Okay, there we go. How many minutes of video? Oh, wow, that's a lot. How do I do ads manager? Ads not scheduled. Ad length and frequency manual. All right. Let me see. I think I disabled the ads. We'll have to see if that works. Yeah, I think I found it. We'll see. They should be ads disabled now. So that is kind of annoying. What was I saying? How much mana is required? Let's see. Math. So it's 1% per crit. You can hit 3 times. So it's 3% of your max mana. So 3% of 2,000 would be 60. So I think you need around 2,000 mana. Can you use it to replace Focus Meteor? No. Like, the problem is that, I mean, maybe. If you do this minus 80, that would take you down to what, like 12 mana? But you'd only get 2 casts. So it'd be 2% of max mana. So that'd be 40. Yeah, the problem though is the amount of time you would spend casting Glacier to generate mana is much higher than Meteor. With Meteor, I just cast it once, and I get 68% because I also get from Archmage. Technically, it's actually a bit more because it can double proc. So it's probably closer to 70% mana of 211. So like one Meteor cast gives me like, I don't know, 10 Glaciers worth of extra mana. Assuming I even have enough mana to do it, which I don't. So yeah, Meteor's like way, way, way better. The only reason Glacier works as a mana generator on the static orb is because you're already casting Glacier for mana anyway. So you don't really care that you're not casting some other skill. So that's your AoE. Where are we going? There we go. You can't stop the first ad when people come in? That's the most annoying ad, though. Why can't you stop the first one? I mean, it's not like the ads pay much money anyway. I'd rather just not do that. You don't see ads at all just blocking them? Does ad block work on that? Is that what you're saying? I thought they were like baked into the video or whatever. Shred for crit builds and penetration for dot builds? I guess. I mean, as a generalization, sure. But yeah, Shred has like a soft cap, and I'm pretty sure if you do get to the soft cap of Shred, it's like 60% more damage or something like that. It's some like huge amount of damage increase, like actually a massive difference. I mean, for DOT it doesn't really do anything. But then after that, Pen is quite strong. Armor Shred is unlimited? I mean, not really. Technically, yes, you can get unlimited stacks, but beyond a certain point, you don't really get any extra damage. Like once you get about 100 stacks of Shred, even if you go to like 1,000 stacks, you're only gaining like maybe 2 or 3% more damage from like getting 10 times more stacks at that point. Like it's basically capped. All these charts are available on Tunk Labs, by the way, if you're curious the actual numbers. Yeah, diminishing returns makes it pointless, pretty much. Exactly. Double effectiveness? Wait, what do you mean, double effectiveness? Why do I have double effectiveness? Are you talking about Shred effectiveness? Like the affixes for like Rogue or whatever? What's the big deal about Armor Shred? Actually, I guess I might as well go over this. I feel like this is really useful information. We'll do a quick little education session on Shred. Oh, you're talking about the Shred note. Okay, I got you. Armor. Okay, so you go to Tunk Labs, you go to Armor. There's a tab for Shred. So here you can see Shred stacks. So by default, it's only showing, you know, like 100 stacks. But anyway, you can see the line here. This is what we mean by diminishing returns. Now, when it comes to your own armor, technically going from, all right, it's a little bit awkward to explain, but like, see, it kind of works the same way as your own armor, but it's like inverse. So imagine that you have, I guess let's go back to the sheet, right? So we have this. So imagine you have 50% mitigation from armor, right? You have 3,200 armor. Talking about physical specifically in this case. If you go from 50% mitigation to, we'll say, 75, like this is diminishing returns, but because it's damage taken, you're actually taking half the damage, right? So you're like doubling your EHP basically. So like it is diminishing returns for your own armor at this point. But by doubling your armor, a little bit over double, you're still getting like double the effectiveness, at least for Fizz. If that makes sense, right? But if you're looking at Shred, the scaling is sort of like inverted, I guess you could say. So going from 50% more damage taken from the enemy to 100%, or sorry, to 75%, we'll use the same example. Going from 50 to 75, it's not double, it's a 50% increase. So like because the scaling is inverted, the diminishing returns are much more like they're much more significant, I guess. And even here, like we go up to we'll say here about 120 stacks, we're at 130, we're at 80. So if you drag the chart all the way up to 500, we've only gained another 84. So you've gone from 80% more damage to bosses or enemies or whatever to 84. Like it's garbage, right? That's only like 4% more damage. And it's actually less than 4 because you're going from 80% to 84. It's like a fraction of that. Whereas on your own player, going from 80 to 84 is almost a 25% DR. Like it's a big difference for you, but not for enemies. Anyway, hope that explanation sort of made sense. Yeah, armor shred is insane. I guess I didn't really talk about the specific numbers. I probably should have been more clear on that. So yeah, if you have 100 stacks of shred, you're doing 54% more non-fizz hit damage. Like that's huge, right? This is like such a massive increase in your damage. So once you get to this point exactly, you build pen. Pretty much. Yeah, so everything kind of has diminishing returns for the most part, most things. If you already have like 100 stacks of shred on bosses, then penetration has more value. If you have 0% penetration and you add 15, like if you go from 0 to 15, you're basically doing 15% more damage. More or less. Kind of oversimplifying, but yeah, exactly. More buckets is generally better. Like all of these things are separate multipliers. It's usually better to like invest into more buckets rather than like going all out into one for minimal gain. It's also a lot easier for some builds to cap shred than others. Like for Frostclaw, you only really need like one affix to cap your shred. Like see how many stacks I got, like 130 there? Damage buckets, yeah. I guess to explain, like, we'll say you're... I mean, this is going to be an oversimple... Wait, I don't even need to... Pretty sure I can just go in here. Hit damage, damage conversion, damage effectiveness, base damage? I feel like this is not actually useful. Okay. But yeah, so we'll say like your total damage is equal to base damage. So like we'll say this is some flat amount, right? Times increased from all sources. So increase would be like attribute scaling, percent spell, percent element, etc. Then that would be multiplied by, we'll say, crit multi. So if you have crit multi, that's another separate multiplier. And then each of your more multipliers, like say your skill tree, like it would be the product of multi 1, multi 2, multi 3, and so on. And then the pen would be another separate multi. Shred would be another. So like you're multiplying all of these, right? If you have, like say in my case, just an example, I have a lot of int, so I have 712% increased damage. If I get some item that says 100% increase, like this one, 140% increased spell damage, it's not doubling my damage because I already have over 700% from my intelligence. Like this would be a fairly small increase. Spark Charge, for an example. Spark Charge? Yes, same thing. Same idea with Spark Charge. Ask a question about damage scaling. Yeah. We do the science in this channel. This is a science-friendly channel. Wait, what? Pen is crit multi? I don't really understand what you're... In addition to scaling other buckets, what? I'm confused. How is pen crit multi? Is there something I'm not knowing here? I don't think so. Unless you have some like passive that scales your multi with your penetration. I don't know if that exists in the game. Does crit multi source calculated separately? No. They're all added to the crit multi value. Pen is giving your crit multi bucket extra by multiplying bucket by the pen factor? I don't really think that that's the right way to look at it. I think you're... I think it's not correct to put emphasis on the crit multi, because the pen and the multi don't really interact any more than any of the other buckets interact, as far as I know. Oh, I see. You're saying, like, if you're trying to compare an equivalent value. I understand, yeah. Yeah, exactly. If you're trying to compare two different stats to see which one will give you more damage, yeah, you have to convert them into a common value to do a fair comparison. You have a skill with tags melee cold attunement. You have a weapon that gives plus 50 necrotic melee damage. Will this necrotic damage add to your skill when you use it? Yes, it will. You can add different elements to skills. It does depend on the wording, though. If it says, like, plus 50 whatever damage to necrotic skills, then it wouldn't work. If it says plus 50 melee necrotic damage, like you can get on a weapon, then it does apply to all melee skills. And even though the tag says like fire, for example, or whatever, it could do some amount of non-fire damage. Will necrotic damage also scale with attunement? Yes, it will. Crimalti and Pen is your go-to? I mean, it depends. The answer is always it depends. Depends on what you already have. Depends on how easy it is for you to access it. Yeah, it's a little bit confusing. It's a little bit confusing, but I guess if we just say we'll do, so we'll say do 50 fire. Let's say your skill does 50 fire and you add 50 void damage, hypothetically, right? So this is your skill's damage. Your total damage that you deal is 100. If you have increased fire damage, we'll say this is so stupid. This chart looks terrible. This is like actually a joke. How awfully I'm doing that. If you do 50% increased fire damage, your skill now deals this and this, right? This is not a fire skill, so it's still 50. So in this case, your skill now deals 75 fire, 50 void, so you deal 125 total damage. Most of it is fire. If you have fire pen, this value is getting increased by the pen, but this value is not. But in the character sheet, you have nowhere to see that this number even exists. Like you have no idea that this value is even being applied. That's kind of the weird part, right? But then if you have like more multi, if you have like 100% more, right? This is 150 and this is 100. It still applies to both of them. You have shred. You're getting say 50% more damage from shred. You get 225 here, 150. That's applying to both as well. You have strength. So you have like 100% increase from strength. That's in the same bucket as this fire damage. So say you have 100 from strength. You'd actually be changing this to 150. So instead of that, this would be 125. This would become 125. And this 100 would make this 100. I know this is becoming a complete mess, but I think you guys hopefully get the idea what I'm talking about. I explained that terribly. But basically, the whole point is that a skill can say a certain thing, like on the tag, but then behind the scenes, the numbers can be completely different. And each of the components that you're adding, the flat damage, is all getting multiplied by things relative to that damage. Alt helps a lot to say what the scaling means in most cases. Just shred. Each stack of armor shred reduces armor by 100, increases damage taken from all hits, can reduce armor below 0, lasts 4 seconds. Yeah, I mean, I guess. I don't think that's enough information, but I think the game guide has more. Oh, actually, actually it doesn't. But armor has more. So here's the formula. I think for enemies, it's just inverse. Pretty sure it's just the inverse for enemies. most utility skills scale something else with main stat. That's pretty normal. Like, I don't think a Terra's Blessing does damage. So instead they have it scale mana efficiency. That's true for some mage skills too. Yeah, true. Yeah, I guess you would think that it scales the healing. I guess that would be my first guess, but I suppose you never really know these things. Ooh. That was almost scary. Does mana efficiency? Yeah, it does. I have that in my Frostclaw mana cost calculator, but efficiency, it basically applies at the end after all the like multipliers and flat and all that stuff. It's like another separate thing at the end that's like summed up. I think it's multiplicative with itself. I forget. There's some weird stuff going on with mana efficiency. I do have a calculator for it though. What do we actually want to... Nemesis, I guess, sure. We don't really have much. That probably means it's a good time to do prophecies then. Going off? Alright. Thanks for dropping in. Always happy to have you hanging out in the chat. Yeah, I'm not sure if I will be on this weekend. I do have a lot of stuff I need to get done, but yeah, I'll catch you in the next one either way. Oh, we got int, okay. Oh my god, these Lithrax, dude. So scary. This is how you lose a character real fast. Smacked by a Lithrak. See, it's good that I played a bunch of softcore before this character, because I know which enemies are going to instantly rip me. Nice job with the clip. Yeah, absolutely. I'm not exactly sure which clip you mean, but I'm glad I can help. Man, it's getting really hot in here. My room is like boiling. My weak Canadian weather sensitivity. Gonna start the reset with this character. I don't actually know. I haven't decided what I'm doing with the reset. I don't know if I can bring myself to leveling another character from scratch again. I feel like it's just a little bit too much for me with no like balance changes or anything. I feel like I've already restarted so many times. I already have basically the exact same character as this on softcore. Doesn't mix well. Yeah, actually true. My graphics card is pumping out a load of heat. Let me see, how hot is that? Oh fuck. That actually hurts my hand. Yeah, it's it makes my computer quite warm. I actually took the side panel off my computer because of how hot it was getting. I just have terrible cooling in the computer. But now my room is extremely hot, so just can't win, I guess. Pretty sure it also makes the computer collect a load of dust without that side panel. You hate the campaign? You can skip that. I think it's actually preferred to skip it. You just run Temporal Sanctum. And then you skip right to the Act 9 city. Oof. Computer keeps your room warm, yeah. Not on reset? Well, what you do is you get all of your passives and idle slots, then you go run monoliths until like level 55 or so. Then you go run Temporal Sanctum once you find your key. And then you just never do Lagon. Don't even bother. Skip all that stuff. That's what I did on this hardcore character. I just went straight to monoliths. I actually think that's a much more efficient way to level. And it's easier. You didn't get a ski until 77? Oh no. I mean, to be fair, it's not that big of a deal. You aren't really missing out on much. Like, I know you don't get your faction, but it doesn't actually matter that you're missing your faction because of the way XP scales. Like, the amount of XP that you get per level after, like, level 85 or so is, like, 90+% of your entire character's XP, or it's actually a lot more than that, I'm pretty sure. Basically delaying your faction until like level 80, it's not really a big deal. I don't think it matters.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. If you're not even an empowered, you're not really getting much XP anyway, so. Wait, why did I buy that? Throwing damage? I don't care about throwing damage. We don't care about throwing damage. What is this, a rogue build? Unempowered with no envy feels bad? I honestly don't think it's that bad. You need to gain levels anyway, and there's the XP penalty if you're too far below the area. So like on my first character, I don't actually think it's a big deal. You just do the least amount of monos that you can, and by the time you get to empowered, you should be like level 80 something, which is a good place to start empowered anyway. So I think it's fine. Is there a rule of thumb or calculator for the penalty? The rule of thumb would probably be 10 levels. The calculator, I don't remember offhand. I think there is one somewhere. But I believe the penalty starts at 10 levels under. Like you start getting reduced XP. So like doing unempowered versus empowered, if you're like level 80, it's not that much difference in like XP. I don't think any of that applies once you hit level 90 though. Dragarith Claw, oh, it's crappy. Sure, why not? But yeah, I think if you want to play like super efficiently on your first character of a cycle, it's probably better to just skip. You grab all the passives and idols, minus the college one. I think that one's kind of slow. And then by the time you kill the wood dude in the snow area, you should have full idols and passives. Then you go straight to Monolith. Once you get a key, you do Temporal. If you're lucky, you might get some sort of slam or something. Maybe a Jewel Road Ring. At least that's what happened to me. It's pretty lucky. Then you grab Faction. Then you go back to Monos. Rush to Empowered. Try and grab the important blessings, like the All-Res or whatever you want. And then at some point you go and finish campaign if you want the all attributes. If you're racing, it's probably not worth it, but yeah. The devs ask ChatGPT? I don't know. I mean, the devs definitely do play their game, but I think it's hard for any one person to know, to have enough context on everything to like make decisions all the time. You really need like a collaboration of a bunch of people. Like I couldn't tell you how Rogue needs to be rebalanced, for example. Yeah, I heard Mike's answer to the whole reflect thing. I think it makes sense. It encourages like a AFK playstyle. I get the idea. I mean, I think it is a passive playstyle, but we do also have minions. Like that playstyle already exists. If you want to play really passively, you can just build minions. Same idea. Just go like extremely tanky and have minions. Then you go AFK. So I don't know. I don't know why minions is fine and reflect is not. Feels similar to me. Instead of nerfing ward, make other defensive skills on fire. I think both. Both is important. You should nerf things that are extremely overpowered. But you should also buff things that are weak. I mean, I'm pretty sure that's just what Mike says too. Like, Ward in 1.0 was not okay. You can only deal damage against enemies you can tank. Is that really mental overload, though? Because you can either tank them or you can't, right? Once you determined if you can tank them, then there's not really much mental load beyond that point, right? Like, that's the end of your train of thought, right? But also, like, if that's how people want to play the game, then sure. Why not? You read of Reflect? There was actually a pretty strong Reflect build in beta that I think got rank 1 arena. There's some clips floating around on YouTube of, you guys know the spire maps where the spires just keep shooting at you forever? Yeah, there was this build that could go into a spire map, and it would one-shot the spire when the spire hit you. Like, as soon as you load into the map, the spire shoots at you, they would just stand still, and it would instantly say echo complete. That was a pretty cool build. What tanky build can you recommend for a new player? I think Forge Guard can be pretty tanky. There's some Primalist builds that are pretty tanky. I know Cookbook has a really tanky one. I mean, my current build is pretty tanky. I can definitely recommend Sorcerer. But if your goal is like the tank archetype, then yeah, it'd probably be a Primalist or maybe a Forge Guard. Bleed Hammered, yeah, that's a good one. That is a good one. That's an actually viable, good build. Yeah. Shield? You can still do Reflect Spire Trick? Oh, okay. That's good to know. The game has it less, think about PoE. The end goal of a build is to delete screens. Maybe. I mean, with PoE, eventually every build just becomes like walking and occasionally clicking. Like walking really fast and clicking maybe once or twice. Like the goal of a PoE build is to spend the most time walking fast as possible with the fewest clicks. Like the fewer clicks that you can do in PoE, the better your build probably is. Manifest armor, shield throw, forge guard. Is shield throw actually good? Feels like a meme to me. I don't know. Honestly, I haven't played PoE in going on 4 years at this point, so I can't really comment on anything recent. I'm pretty out of the loop on all that stuff. Discord. My commands are messed up right now. That link got removed. I don't know if it shows for you. I need to fix my chatbot. Bossing is awful until you get a GG drop and floor loot. Oh, yeah, yeah. Well, from what I remember, I would usually go pretty hard at the start of PoE leagues. And I feel like bossing was quite high value. Oh, shit. Bossing was quite high value early in the league. Because not many people had that gear yet. So like everything that you got from that boss would be really expensive. So like you can make a lot of currency doing early bossing. Once people got to that point, like everybody catches up, then yeah, it doesn't really do much. You DM'd me on Twitch. Let me take a look. Let me see. What is this? Forge Guard, Manifest Armor. This is a minion build, isn't it? But those are some big damage numbers. Is this bugged? What is even going on? This looks so janky. That's bugged, isn't it? 4 days ago. Maybe not. Hey Brom, what up? How's it going? Early bossing's now day 2, 3, yeah. I mean, that's kind of what killed PoE for me too. Like, I felt like I really had to go hard early on if I wanted to, like, get a good start. It just felt like shitty to be so obligated to play a certain way. Ruined the game for me. That, along with, like, trade and stuff in general. Yeah, had enough of that. No more PoE for me. I forget, was this a good one? I mean, yeah, the gear that I'm chasing at this point is it's probably not worth it. Like, I can already do all the content in the game. I've already killed Aberoth, I've already whatever, all that stuff. So yeah, like, for a lot of people, I'm already past the point where it's not worth farming. I mean, I enjoy it. Gives me something to do, so it's whatever. It's not going to be for most people, though. Just like the aimless min-maxing, right? PoE 2. Yeah, PoE 2 could be interesting. We'll see. More slow paced, which is fine. Gonna have trouble maintaining both games at once. I mean, they're definitely gonna have two separate teams. There's no way that it's gonna be all the same devs working on both. I don't know, like they're a big enough studio that it's probably not gonna be an issue. Unless one of them ends up being like a total flop, then they might like deprioritize it. Well, this one's okay. Most of the dev shift will be to PoE 2. Yeah. I don't know. It's hard to say. We'll just have to wait, see what ends up happening there. So I don't think we know. We do shade, maybe? Yes, I could. I do shade. I feel like I want to reset this echo web. It's kind of not great anymore. Yeah, let's do a shade. Kind of want to remove dodge and endurance. That was really annoying. What build am I going to play after the mid-cycle reset? I don't know if I'm participating in the reset. It's just way too many restarts for me to enjoy and then get all burnt out before cycle 3. I feel like that would ruin the fun for me. Don't get a 3LP mod? I might. Going standard? Yeah, maybe. I might. It's just too much. Like resetting without any balance changes or anything to play around with. We'll see. I might take a break. I haven't really taken a break from Ellie in a long time. Well, we'll see. Meme build number 1? Yeah, I mean, meme builds is also an option. It's always fun, meme builds. These bugs, man. Reflex Pricken? That sounds so terrible. Love it. We love to see it. Roll your map for spires? Just keep going until you get spire? Yeah, that sounds awful. I don't even know if that would be faster. You definitely wouldn't get any rewards. Like, no loot at all. No exalted items or anything. No favor. Yeah, that would be terrible. What are my goals for this character? I I do want 2 LP Blood of the Exile. I do want a 2 or 3 LP Wrong Warp. Proper rolls. What else? I do want another T7 int Red Ring at some point. Probably either that or a good 2 LP Flames. What else? Probably a proper 2 LP Prismatic. This is a 3% crit. This is not that great. And then I think I want a T7 int Eternal Gauntlet. Then maybe a 2 LP Storm Carved. I don't think my character's that far from being maxed though. Like realistically maxed. One of the best gear for a hardcore character already? Probably, yeah. Yeah, I would be surprised if there's hardcore characters with better gear. I mean, there's not that many people putting this much time into a character in hardcore. Once you get to a certain point, you just farm a lot faster as well. I can gear up fairly quick with this character. Do we do a 620 corruption shade? Yeah, sure, why not? Let's see if we can end our run right now. Actually, I'm gonna change my boots. This one. Do I want move speed ring? Fight while the bees are still up? What do you mean? These are permanent. Yeah, these are permanent bees. Yeah, it's a cosmetic. You got bamboozled. Yeah, exactly. Alright, are we ready? I think so. Alright. This is probably the most YOLO I've been so far. We'll take it as a sign if we die here, then it was meant to be. Alright. I mean, honestly, that wasn't even close. This character's a little bit strong. Oh, I have the wrong boots on. I'm gonna put my Zoomy boots. Wait, hold on. Before I do that, just grab that. There we go. Yeah, corruption scaling. There you go. Corruption scaling at its finest. Yeah, I don't know. Corruption scaling is so diminished, it almost feels like it's not there. I mean, you don't really notice it. Like, I know it's there on paper. It's really hard to feel, though. I do like being zoomy though. The Covenant? Covenant does not one-shot me. I have a lot of fire mitigation though. I have 12% less fire here. I have another 8% DR here. I have 10% DR here. I have pretty decent amount of armor. I have DR in the Rune Master tree. If my Flame Ward is up, which I usually do when I'm fighting Covenants, I have another 30% LE DR, and then another 40% hit DR. Like, I mean, we're pretty tanky. The Covenants hit me for about 4,000, roughly. About 3,500 to 4,000. So they can kill me if I'm like not paying attention and my ward is low. If I only have like 4,000 ward, I might die. But I usually have more than that if I'm playing correctly. You wish you could spend Stability Corruption to empower a node? Maybe. They have talked about changing how the corruption works. So, I don't know. They could end up doing something, make it more interactive, I guess. I'm kind of okay with the corruption system, the way it is. It would be nice if I could increase corruption without resetting the web. Like if I want to continue farming at a certain corruption or change it. But then I have to like completely rediscover all my nodes again. It's probably intended though. Currency creep? I don't know if that would. I don't know if that would be a currency creep. Mix meta farming, yeah. Maybe. I mean, at any corruption, as soon as you find a good farm, you would just, like, continually increase, Yeah, exactly. You just, like, find whatever you want and then just manipulate your corruption to... Yeah, I actually forgot some people actually farm shade for items. Am I going to transition to Static Orb? I have run Static Orb on this character a little bit for some bosses. I can actually do it. I just don't really see the point. Like, I do a lot of single target damage with Frostclaw. So, like... Static Orb doesn't really speed up my boss kills that much. If I'm, like, target farming a boss item, I'll probably swap in Static Orb, though. Yeah, I've killed Aberoth. You missed it? Man, that's sad. You missed my Aberoth. Not cool. That means you also missed my rank 1 arena run too, because I did that pretty much on the same stream. Was there an arena floor where it ramped up quickly, or is it steady? It ramps up quickly the whole time. Arena scales pretty hard. God, what is wrong with my mana? I don't even understand. What wave am I arena? 420. The guy grabbed rank 1, he only did an extra 10 waves. Not cool. Not cool. It's very rude. What do I even throw in here? All this stuff is trash. Whatever. Just random stuff. I don't know exactly what the scaling is, but I'm pretty sure... I feel like 400 corruption's probably like, or 400 wave is probably like over 1,000 corruption, I think. Just like from the damage I was taking, it felt like it. It's hard to say exactly. I don't know if we have the numbers. Yeah, the dude that took the record was the previous rank 1. I think I beat the record by like almost double, and then they came back and beat it by only 10. Yeah, I might. I'm thinking about doing like a max arena push and seeing how that goes. I'm not exactly sure what setup I want to do it with. If I want to go like full move speed, or if I want to go like full tank. Maybe try and get some stun chance or something. Could probably do that. It's a few different options. Would he push Arena to the death? Yeah. Yeah, I think he usually just like rips his characters when he's done with them. I respect that. I do like this character though. I don't really want to rip it. But I might see how far we can go Arena anyway. Oh, that was bad aim. Software mentality? I mean, not really. You need to have a, like, you don't just kill your character for nothing. You only get to do that once. I'm not gonna like troll myself and like purposely die, right? Like I at least want my character dying to be like a good death, right? I don't want it to be a pointless death. Ooh, that's a lot of covenants. Wow. Holy shit. Wow. What? There's like 5 of them. Alright. Doing little happy feet there. Hey, this troll dude is back. I'm just dodging the explosions here. Hold up. Where's our thing here? Oh, you can't ban people on YouTube? You just hide user from channel. That's kind of lame. Oh well, there we go. My guy, if you're still here, you really need to get yourself some help. Like, that's not okay, dude. This dude has been just like trolling around on YouTube streams for the last like I don't know how many hours. Just like random like low effort insults. Guy really needs a therapist. Got some stuff to work through. Must suck to be here. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Can you imagine? No, but seriously, can you imagine? Alright, it's like, it's Friday night or whatever time, right? What do you want to do? What do you want to do to enjoy your time? What do you find fun? Right? Like, might sit back, have a couple beers, watch some stream, play some video games, maybe you go out and do something, whatever. Can you imagine if you were like, you know what I want to do? I want to, like, go around and act like a 5-year-old on, like, random YouTube streams. Like, what? That's just, it's actually mind-blowing to me. Nicest person? No, I mean, honestly, I can be a bit of a dick, if we're being honest. I just generally, like, I mean, if I kind of like to go by the motto of like nobody's bothering me, I don't bother them, everybody's happy, right? We're all just trying to have a good time. No reason to cause problems. The peak of your day. I mean, the only reason it like really stands out to me is like I almost never get trolls like that. It's so rare. Like the last Epoch community is so chill. Like I can probably count on one hand how many times I've had like a random troll in my chat. It's like very, very rare. Now, if you go play like Diablo or whatever, I don't know if it's just like in-game chat or YouTube or whatever, but like people over there can be pretty toxic. I need to actually pay a little bit of attention. I'm like bricking my ward pretty bad. You only play offline, you're having a blast with the Sork. We trigger builds. Let's go. What are you building around? Yeah, see, this bug is like... This bug is really annoying. Like, it shows I'm casting focus, but I'm actually not. Like, it keeps bugging out and I don't get any mana. It's frustrating. Really need to figure out what's going on with the mana. I feel like something in the last couple weeks changed and my mana sustain is just not as good as it used to be. Don't really know why. Some weird stuff. Weird stuff going on. Loading times from echoes? Yeah, that's actually really annoying. I've only played offline a couple times, and yeah, that... I found it annoying. You have like all the extra load screens. I think you can't... Is it you can't TP out of the map in offline or something? There's something you couldn't do in offline. I don't remember. Why did we take that? I feel like you couldn't TP out of maps in offline. I think it would just take you back to the end of world or whatever. Am I gonna create another hardcore for reset? Honestly, I'm still kind of undecided. I don't really know. It just feels like such a chore, thinking about like starting all over from scratch again, and then just doing it another time once cycle 3 rolls around. I think it's just too much grind for me. Yeah, end of time. That's what I was remembering. That is a pain. Don't like that. Oh, neat. Everything from resets coming to Legacy 2 seems like no point to the reset. Yeah, I mean the issue with Legacy, probably almost done for today actually, but yeah, the issue with Legacy is that it really screws with your stash. It's pretty bad. I'll just go into my Legacy real quick. Legacy. This one? Sure. Yeah, so like the issue with playing Legacy is like the stash is so janky. You have to go to these like remove only tabs, which is a complete pain. If you want to actually use the stuff, you either need to like move it around, or you're like you have Legacy here, and then you have your actual tab. We're gonna have another one here for the one. And like look how laggy this is right now. You see how that took like 10 seconds? Because like I have literally 200 tabs on my 1.0, and it just completely lags. Like, look at this. Like, we open the stash. Like, look how bad this is. Like, look how long it takes for me to open my stash, right? Like, this is almost unplayable. Switch back to Legacy. It's still showing 1.0. It's like a solid 7-8 seconds or whatever, right? Yeah, this is not okay. Right? Like it's pretty bad. And like this is where all my good stuff is in here. What do we have? It's actually not very impressive. Yeah, this is 200 tabs. This is about as bad as it gets. Yeah. Alright, folks, we've been up for 4.5 hours on the stream. I think I might call it a night. It's been a good one. Let's do up a raid on Twitch. Send some love over to... Is there actually anybody even playing the game? Am I the only one streaming? You guys have any recommendations? Are you streaming, Nacho? No, I don't think so, right? Highlander? I don't know who that is. I see this heavy divider guy. Let's check this out. Sure. All right. Yeah, if you guys want to help me out with a raid, that's always one of the most fun parts of the stream, so we'll do that. Appreciate you guys all dropping in, coming to hang out. And as always, I will catch you guys in the next one. Let's do the raid. Let's go. All right, folks. Cheers. Take care. Have a good night.